Among others, the visit aims to enhance investment opportunities and trade relations with the United States, with a particular focus on nurturing Kenya's thriving startup sector known as the Silicon Savannah. The head of state will emphasize Kenya's young talent, green energy initiatives, and its value as an alternative supply chain for American companies. Thereafter, President Ruto will attend the 78th United Nations General Assembly session in New York. Development goals, that is the SDGs, address critical global challenges such as climate crisis and the debt concerns in the global south. Now, in a show of defiance, President William Ruto hosted MPs who were last week expelled from the ODM party over perceived rebellion and disloyalty. The MPs included Elisha Odhiambo, Gideon Ochanda, Felix Odiwuor, Karoli Omondi, and Kisumu Senator Tom Ojenda. Also present during the meeting, whose agenda wasn't immediately clear, was Interior PS Raymond Omolo. And a 3-judge bench started hearing a case that's challenging the implementation of Finance Act 2023. The petitioners, led by Busia Senator Kiomtata, told the court that the finance bill for the year 2023-2024 was meant to pass through the Senate before it was signed by President William Ruto into law.
To the National Assembly. The document that are referring to as the estimates was not in the prescribed form under Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act. So, I've submitted that the failure to involve the Senate in the consideration of the budget estimates and Appropriation Act violated Article 249 Clause 3, and that voided the entire budget making process, not just the finance bill, the estimates, the Appropriation Act, and anything that was done under the budget process in the 2023-2024 budget cycle.
On his part, Nyamira Senator Okongo Mogeni emphasized the statement, saying that some elements of law are violated, giving the examples of the 1.5% housing levy.
It is not even clear who is eligible to benefit from this scheme in the absence of a framework law, and that goes to also the impropriety of the public notice appointing the Kenya Revenue Authority as the body to administer the housing levy.
Taxpayer or a taxable person has the opportunity to choose whether to fall under that tax burden or not. A very simple illustration would be whether you smoke or not. If you never smoke, you never have to bear the excess duty. And because of that ability of the final consumer to modify, you cannot purport to say that the tax is regressive.
The Law Society on its part has insisted that the Act failed to meet the required criteria before it came into effect. LSK has also questioned the notice that gave KRA the responsibility of collecting the 1.5% housing levy.
It is not even clear who is eligible to benefit from this scheme in the absence of a framework law, and that goes to also the impropriety of the public notice appointing the Kenya Revenue Authority as the body to administer the housing levy.
Now, the National Dialogue Committee held a meeting with the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, seeking financial support to reinforce their talks as they race against time to meet their deadline. Wetangula held a meeting with co-chairs of the Dialogue Committee, National Assembly Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and Azimio la Umoja Principal Kalonzo Musyoka for close to an hour within the precincts of Parliament. Given that the National Assembly and the Senate passed the motion anchoring the talks in law, the National Dialogue Committee sought the Parliamentary Service Commission, which is chaired by the National Assembly Speaker, to finance the talks. The National Dialogue Committee has been sluggish in deliberating the issues raised by the two opposing sides since the talks began. I'm Dennis Acedo. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Below, nintinta, yeninter, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha.
Good morning. It's Thursday, getting towards the tail end of the week, and let's see what's spilling over to these Nairobi streets and then also around the country as well. All right, not much going on, at least not for now. A little bit of movement coming off the Thika Superhighway, but nothing scary at this moment. We're looking, scary meaning, bumper to bumper situations. Also, Jogoo Road is starting to wake up this morning. Kangunda Road already looks pretty busy, and Outer Ring is then feeding off of the junction coming in from North Airport Road out towards Thika Road on the other side. It seems pretty quiet for now. Hopefully we'll not have a blow up of anything, not just yet. It's probably going to be gradual, and we'll take a look at how that opens up through the morning. Talk to me, Spice FM KE on X. Let's keep things moving this Thursday.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. It's 9 minutes after 6 o'clock, and I don't even know what day we're on. 14th? Yes, 14th of September. Here we are. And how are you doing? The question is, am I alone? Why am I alone? We're looking for people to come and talk with me. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Hope you're doing well this morning. And getting into it today. Lots of conversations lined up today in terms of what is going on around the country, and let's just get into that and let you know what it is that we will be talking about today. All right, now at 7 o'clock we will have a conversation about exactly what is going on with arbitration, exploring perspectives for arbitration, clearing or rather gearing up for changing times. What would happen? Are we not going to the courts anymore? Are we not having those conversations within the corridors of justice? We'll be looking at that. It is Justice Thursday after all, and we'll get into that at 7. At 8 o'clock, the Executive Director of Siasa Place, Nerima Wako Ojiwa, and Jackson Obare, who is the manager of Eastern Africa for Forum CIV Change, will be here, and we'll be having a conversation about safeguarding democracy today and in the future. So that conversation comes in at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, why ODM will not retreat in expelling rebels. That's the conversation that's front and center this morning in terms of what will be happening coming out of politics and political parties. John Baddy, who is the national chairman of the Orange Democratic Movement Party, will be with us at 8 o'clock. Yeah, so those are conversations lined up. And I know the question that you're asking now is, did the rapture happen? And where are these two gentlemen this morning? Well, let's just give them a minute and see where they will be. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, there's one of them. Coming in at about 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. Just say good morning from where you are.
Sasa unataka kunichomea,
Beautifully.
Unataka kunichomea sasa.
How do you just leave somebody
I
like
went
that?
out to get you your cup of tea.
You did. I don't drink tea.
Is this not yours?
It is.
Your cup of whatever this is.
Yeah. You went. That's where you went. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Number one. How are
Otherwise,
you?
meaning I was here, but I would have been here. Surely.
Okay. Let's say that.
Anyway, you continue talking. Let me pack your tea.
Mambo iko hivyo. All right, so that's what we have lined for the day. It's coming around to about 13 minutes after 6 o'clock. We're going to come back and say hello to you. Are you here? Are you with us? Live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook. And as we say hello to you this morning, you'll say hello to us as you're tuned in. Let's take a look at what's going on with the weather. And then we will come back and say hello to you and continue with what's looking around in the headlines.
You sure about that?
I'm
about
very
what you're
sure.
saying?
Go, do it now.
Yeah. Sure about everything that you've said?
Yes, I am.
Yeah? Okay, basi kama ni hivyo. Kama umesema ni sawa basi.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 26. In a clear Nakuru at 14 and lows of 13. 15 will be the low in a mostly cloudy Nyeri, highs of 24, and 24 will be the high in Eldoret where it's clear at 13. It's 24 and partly cloudy in Mombasa, highs of 29 and lows of 23. And we'll see lows of 24 in a mostly cloudy Malindi, going to highs of 29. It's 18 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 29. And we'll see highs of 28 in a clear Kakamega at 17, coming down to lows of 16. It's mostly cloudy at 19 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And 22 will be the low in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 23, going to highs of 31. It's 8 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 28, the highs of 21 today. And we'll see highs of 31 in the mostly cloudy Lagos at 25. It's 24 and cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 33 and lows of 24. Let's look into a sunny Beijing on Thursday afternoon. With highs of 29, we'll see lows of 15. It's 16 and cloudy in Paris, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 24 in a mostly cloudy London at 15. 22 and clear is what it is in New York on Wednesday night. Coming into Thursday, highs of 27 and lows of 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
People are online.
Everybody's here.
Very good.
Don Sabwa says, the great team, how are you? Do you know where is person in Malawi? We say Ali Kuti CT.
Ali Kuti.
Ali Kuti Edna.
Okay.
And when we say where is something, we say
Fela Kuti.
Chili Kuti. Chili Kuti coffee.
Okay.
Okay.
So Ali Kuti is for person.
Ali Kuti is for Eric.
Something is Chili Kuti.
Chili Kuti is
and
for
Fela
coffee.
Kuti is for both.
Fela Kuti is for... I was about to say something, but okay. Let's leave it there. Sawa. So now you're learning this language very well. Evans Nyangano says, good morning to Eric and Muga, tuned in from Rangao in Kajiado County. The 2000. Good morning, good people. Allow me to say today's proverb. He who... Yes, we see you, Alex, Joe. Ndu, good morning, all of you. All. If you want to know how to speak stability. I think what you meant was Kiswahili, but okay. Read the Taifa Leo for 1 year. Okay, we'll see if we can do that. Good morning, Jeffrey. John Kiangu says, good morning, have a great day. Simon Ahago says, it's good morning in Kisumu. I'm done with my devotion and I'm now ready for my favorite show. Someone hug Ndu for me.
Now.
I'm just reading what the man said.
Okay.
Someone hug Ndu for me. Someone. Where is someone?
You're looking for someone.
Someone hug Ndu for me.
Mumbi, you want to come? Tell Diego to come.
Eric and Muga, good
Diego.
morning. You
Diego,
are
please
always
come.
my inspiration.
Diego is coming. Diego is coming.
Icelandic.
That short, Mumbi.
Someone.
Stand up. Someone is here to hug you.
Oh, look, you see
There
the
you
love
go.
in the morning.
There you go. Someone do your...
Got it. You see?
Thank you, Diego.
Life is good.
Life's good.
On this Thursday morning.
To them that believeth.
It's a good morning in Kisumu, Simon Ahago says. I'm done with my devotion. There you go. Icelandic says, good morning from Arizona. Monica Oile says, good morning, trio. Neo is watching from Ontario. Dennis Karaoke says, Guten Morgen, my good people. 1960 Ipo locked. Receive love from the Far East. Kayombol Tole.
Where is that?
So
That's Far East.
I don't know. Far East of what?
Far East, Kayombotole. That's Kayole.
Just take it like that.
It is Kayole. Kayole is the Far East.
Oh, Far East of like where we are here.
Yeah.
All right. Kayombotole.
Kayombotole. You're Shembeteng.
Robert Mbogo says, good morning. Emmanuel Nyambare says, Ndu, you're in the dark. Switch on the lights. Allah.
Oh, that was then.
And this is now. Okay. Oh, Linda says it's dark in the studio. Amna tokens. Sasa tumenunua tokens. Tumenunua tokens. Mumbi amefanya hivyo. Can't see Ndu. Can you see me now? Okay, Mumbi. They've even seen us tomorrow at this rate. Okay, a very good morning, Ndu Okoh. Ndu Okoh is two names, okay? Sir Eric Latiff and Senior Sir C.T. Muga. You guys are super exceptional. I appreciate your collective impact, Asante Sana. Ali Kuti, C.T. and Eric, exactly. Ali Kuti. We've learned today that in Malawi, when you are asking where someone is, you say Ali Kuti, then the person. For example, Ali Kuti C.T.
Then the person.
C.T. is the person.
Yes.
Compo?
I got it.
All right, you gotcha.
I have got it.
Agri Mamani says, Ndu, good morning. Tell those gentlemen it's cold. They need not disappear. Okay. Griffin had said before you came that it is cold, so you guys will not show up. But now that you're here and you have disproven that particular thing. Ndu, Eric and CT, good morning. Good morning, Spice Trio. Tuned in as always, says Oreja Fidel. Monica Oile says, Hamjamboni. Then you answer?
Atujambo.
Very good. Julius Song says, good morning, Ndu and Eric and CT. Have a good morning. Tune in from Alberta, Canada. Jacquere says, good morning. A very good morning from Copenhagen is where James Lubega is. Dr. Venvik says he's tuning from Tudor in Mombasa. The 2000 says that his favorite cabinet secretary was embarrassed on live TV. Is that so? DJ says, good morning. I see you. Good morning. Atenas and...
So my message, DJ.
DJ says...
Good morning.
Is that all? Okay. Good morning
Read
to you.
what the message says.
It says, Ndu my crush.
Okay. And what does it mean?
I have no idea.
He goes on ahead to correct that, what he had said, written earlier. And then he says...
Oh, there, I've seen what he says. He says Ndu is his crush.
Yes.
Crush in Nigeria is a drink.
Eh?
Yeah.
Aha. Sasa wewe ni drink yako.
Kwenda huko. Peter Katam says good morning, tune in from good morning and happy Friday. No. Please do not take in these behaviors of Eric. It's still Thursday, okay? Especially for you, it's still Wednesday night.
Depends on where he is.
He's in Pennsylvania. City, please. Say Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Very good.
What, you think I'd mix it up like in Shasha?
You and geography have a very interesting relationship. Assalamu alaikum from Abu Dhabi, says Sophia Damari. Fluid Research says good morning. Evans Tabo says good morning. Joe Mungai says Nawapenda Wote, good morning to you. Wangari's tuned in from the land of the smiles. That's Thailand. Okay. And everybody's just checking in this morning. My goodness. George Biketi, Gashoire, Karoski, and Stuart Jeffries Ochieng says good morning, Ndu and the boys. Tuning in from Hurlingham. Smart People Arena. Asante sana. Good morning, everybody.
Asante sana. City?
Yes, please.
Ile medali ya leo.
Ile medali ya leo kutoka nchi ya Sierra Leone. A black cow also gives white milk.
Really? Wow. So profound.
When it gets to Thursday, you don't want to say complicated things. You want simple. Leave it at that.
Yes. A black cow
also gives.
That
is not difficult to figure out. It's not
milk.
Yes. It's not yes. The color of milk is not determined by the color of the cow. It's not complicated. Yes.
Sawa basi. Sawa basi.
Tuko sawa lageni.
Tuko sawa.
Kabisa.
Okay.
Haya. My headlines.
On the front page of the Standard, MPs dare Raila with a fresh visit to State House. President Ruto and Azimio leader Raila Odinga's renewed political rivalry after the head of state hosted renegade ODM MPs for lunch on a day the opposition accused National Assembly Speaker for bias for defending the rebels. There are the green lawns of State House and there are people surrounding His Excellency the President. These people are said to be the rebel MPs.
Are they really rebel MPs?
That's what I said to be. So we'll delve into that story later.
They have been declared rebel MPs by the party National Executive Committee.
Wacha tuone. Yo kijana anakuja anaitwa El Nino. And they're saying the economy, number one, is already bruised. El Nino is coming. Now it's not going to be a bruise. It will be an open-ended gash.
Oh, God.
It will be an onslaught.
It will be terrible.
Oh, God.
Remember on Monday when we were talking about 2,120 in terms of the numbers that we see from the quake in Morocco. Now, look at a bigger number of 5,300 that are dead from the floods in Libya.
5,000 people. No, 5,300
that is dead and accounted for. So far, those who are unaccounted for.
What exactly happened in Libya?
Man,
hurricane, typhoon.
Exactly. It was a combination of a hurricane and a typhoon. And yes. And so
but a hurricane is a typhoon. It just depends on which part of the world you're in.
Now, it depends on what geographical place you're in. Hurricane will happen on dry land. Typhoon will happen on water. Same thing. So you can imagine this happened on dry land, and the forces on dry combined
with the forces from the sea.
So the wind was pushing the water at a force that now was terrible, and it went with everything. It went with houses. It went with foliage. It went with
How many hours of rain are we talking about?
It was, from what they were saying, it was 24 hours of rain. It was 24 hours of rain, but that was not the issue. It was after the rain and the water that came from the rain and the winds that continued to move kept moving the rain, kept moving the water rather. So, and we're still seeing movement of the water till today. So it took everything with it, everything. And they're saying that it's actually rare because they're saying it has only happened twice in history where you have a combination of those two. Wind in the water, wind on land, now coming together.
So
was it had those
it been predicted, you know?
Had they seen it coming?
I don't know. That I don't know.
And again, if you had seen it,
all these Met Service, because we got
what could you have done if you had seen it? Say,
yeah,
because there are those who argue that Met Services, especially you're looking at satellite readings, you can actually tell the build-up.
You can see it building up.
Yes, you can.
And you
can see the direction it's headed
one,
towards.
so let's do this, let's see.
Or you can know it's coming in this direction. You can tell people, do this or do the other thing. But the problem was that the combination factor here is probably the thing that caused this great damage. That was... You can see a storm is coming. They see that really easily. But this one is tight. This one is bad. Now, the scary thing is that 5,300 people is not even it. Okay? That's what's been accounted for, and that's what's been found so far.
I am still wondering what happened to the Met.
I'll look into the story, the details, and just look at that. It's important to do.
Yeah. Do you remember a while back in history, Bali? That area is prone to all these horrendous...
earthquakes and then tsunamis.
Yes, exactly. But there's one particular one, remember, where you were talking about a tidal wave that was taller than buildings.
Yeah.
And it also had the sort of force that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it unforeseen, unprecedented. And so that question that we keep asking, that the lingering question, what could have been done?
Yeah.
The thing about the earthquake, though, is, well, there had been some signs of some underwater earthquake.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But it had not been expected to be this bad. But there had been signs, okay, so this is in a region that usually gets this, so we are seeing some movement underground, and it could lead to... So this particular earthquake just came out of nowhere.
It did.
This rain, are we saying the same thing about this phenomenon in Libya? That the World Meteorological Services, the Africa Meteorological Services, whoever, even the Americans,
didn't see
and didn't raise any alarm. And
just looking at geographical proximity of Libya to Morocco, it would be almost foolhardy to say that it was missed. Just by that alone, that they had been able to predict what was happening. There was a shift in the earth, and they could say, okay, there could be something that would happen in Morocco. And you've got some, sure, thousands of kilometers south, but still, again, geographical proximity, you have a lot of the geographical similarities between these two areas. If you're looking there, you're looking south. You are.
You're actually spot on, because the earth tremors that happened in the sea, they didn't happen on the beach of Bali. It happened far inside the sea.
In the Mediterranean.
Kabisa. But then,
Bali. Okay,
yes, but then look at where the effects are. But even in this case alone, you see, where my mind is going is, are these occurrences, because if we look at the frequency with which some of them seem to happen, are these, again, some of the effects of this climate change that we keep talking about?
I don't know that an earthquake is a climate change issue, because we're talking about a shift in the earth.
The earth's crust.
Yes.
Yes.
With a typhoon, perhaps, because then you're looking at levels of moisture, and of course we're talking about heightened moisture, moving in a manner in which is abnormal. Yes, look at what happened in Malawi months ago. Some would say that can be attributed to climate change. But we also know that a shift in the earth will cause great volumes of water to move. And that's why then you would see the effects moving south. Very possible.
Because
it's going to be explained a lot more over days, that's for sure.
You see, what one sees if one reads into the history of this, some of these occurrences have been there. The fundamental difference is the time difference with the occurrence. There seems to be a greater frequency, and the time seems to be shorter.
Yeah.
These things may have occurred in the past, but one waited a hell of a long time before one heard of such a thing happening again.
Not 48 hours later.
No. But here, it's like they're competing. It's like a relay. One starts and then the other. Then just before you've taken a deep breath, it's happening in the other part of the world somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's why my mind went in that direction.
Sure.
Yes.
We'll look at details of the story
headlines?
in a bit. On the front page of The Nation. Okay, so the question is the pain that you're feeling enough? But more pain is coming as Treasury proposes new and higher taxes. This one hurts more, guys. 18% propose new VAT if Kenya adopts the East African country's rate. Yikes. 650 billion shillings is the amount the Treasury is seeking to net annually in new tax plans in 3 years. 30% is the amount that landlords to pay in tax rental income at corporate tax rate after 27 billion revenue target miss last year. And 5% is the tax farmers who supply milk, eggs and other produce to cooperatives will pay on the value of produce. So there's more that's coming out. We'll look at details of that. And we're also being told that a fuel shortage looms as dealers cry foul over stabilization debt. My goodness. How much can you take is the question. There was a troublesome story of a hairdresser who disappeared in Mlolongo. Her body was found in a pit latrine on Tuesday.
Okay.
And now there are questions over what happened exactly. All right, on the back page of The Nation. State opposes change to help loan terms. The government is opposed to the amendment of the Higher Education Loans Board Act that seeks to reduce the interest rate charged on student loans and extend the grace period before repayment starts. Why reduce when you can increase? Why lengthen when you can shorten? Government said no. My goodness. Doesn't look pretty this morning.
The Business Daily has this similar headline to what their sister Nation newspaper has. A new payslip paying for workers as Treasury plans tax relief acts. 2,400 monthly personal relief among those targeted. Okay. New tax ban lined up to cushion low-income earners. Salaried employees' payslips are set to shrink further if a proposal by the Treasury to eliminate pay tax reliefs on pay taxes is adopted. Higher oil-dollar swap deals pile pressure on the shilling. There's a story inside the Business Daily today that's just got my attention. Page 5, new VAT plan to hit parents in top-end schools. The government has set its sights on schools' extracurricular activities in a new plan to introduce VAT on education services. VAT on education services. The move is expected to hit parents who are in elite and top schools that provide multiple services outside regular curriculum activities, which are currently exempt from VAT. The exemption from VAT on education that includes all services provided by schools creates unfairness, as some services like swimming, when offered out of school, are VATable. To remove this discrimination, there's a need to impose VAT on the additional benefits. In this respect, the government will explore introduction of VAT on services provided by schools but not directly related to education. Unaelewa hiyo? Elite schools usually offer activities outside the standard curriculum, dictating premium fees, which rise to as much as 3 million shillings a year. These extra services and activities act as springboards into careers such as music or sports, while others teach new technologies. Targeting the extracurricular activities with VAT means the already premium fees demanded by schools will only get cheaper. Examples: Crawford International School has its terms as a parallel curriculum, where it offers courses only matched by tertiary education institutions such as universities and colleges. They offer parallel curriculum where students are exposed to entrepreneurship, leadership, filming, script writing, cryptocurrency, study skills, career development courses. Okay? All those ones, VAT. All those ones, VAT. Okay? Just be knowing. Sitting?
Yes, please.
The star.
Top right-hand corner, until green. The big strategy. Ruto wants radical UDA changes, plans grassroots party polls countrywide. The story is on page 4 and 5. Right. Then there's this matter that had gone between to the Supreme Court. The matter regarding the LGBTQ plus I. Okay. Now, Supreme Court accused of going against the will of God and Kenyans. This should be interesting. Opponents of the death penalty now want life imprisonment scrapped. Then bang in the middle of the paper, tax-paying fresh proposals containing medium-term budget plans before Parliament. Cost of goods to go up, state plans to raise VAT. The Treasury has proposed a 2% increase in VAT, introduction of 6 educational taxes. Good. So, the race is on. let's look for things that haven't been taxed so that we can tax them.
Ah, yes. As in, what has not, in fact, what hasn't been taxed?
Yes.
Like that's what we're looking for.
So, boy, guy, boy, guy. Let's take a break. It is 25 minutes to 7. And let's find out what's happening on the roads. Oh, my God. You know, I'm dreading coming weeks because what the traffic updates will be looking like. It's which roads are flooded.
Oh, it is.
Oh, God.
Crazy.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
We're looking at traffic on the Thika Superhighway this morning. We're also looking at traffic coming off Kangunda Road. It's busy on Njoroge Road. Trickle of traffic getting out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Right? That looks like the worst of it for now. We'll probably see that heightening as we get closer to traffic hour. It looks good coming off Langata Road, at least for now. If you're coming off Langata Road, now would be the time to use it so you don't get stuck in what is likely to be melee later on. The Eastern Bypass heading out towards that Rai Junction is also looking pretty busy right about now. But again, you can get through it without too much of a headache. Let's move on with Thursday morning. Let us know just in case you run into some headwinds, right? Let's talk Spice FM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Hate to be the Debbie Downer, but brace yourself for tougher times as President William Ruto's administration plans yet another round of additional taxes targeting farmers, landlords, owners, car owners, small traders, and even schools with swimming pools. So everybody, essentially.
Kila mutu.
Yeah. The new proposal also seeks changes to VAT, which may go up, and a review of excise duty on fuel products, which will send ripples across the economy, hitting hard millions of Kenyans struggling under the current high cost of living. All right, looking at details of that, you've given insights into some of what will happen with schools. In the Treasury's medium-term revenue strategy, 2023-24 to 26-27, some of the proposals that are expected to have a huge impact on business and consumers include a review of the value-added tax rate to bring it in line with other East African community states, and a review of the excise duty on some products.
Okay.
So looking at 16% to 18% is the recommendation.
Okay.
To be in line with the brothers and sisters in the EAC.
Mm-hmm.
Kenya's current VAT rate is 16%, while other EAC states charge 18%. VAT has been performing below its potential with a gap of 39.8% in 2021-2022. This is mainly due to both policy and compliance gaps in the VAT system. So currently, Kenya's VAT is one of the lowest among EAC member states. The EAC Common Market Protocol provides for harmonization of tax before the EAC Monetary Union. It's just interesting that they can, run to say that there should be harmonization of this thing, whereby other things that have been in discussions for a decade are really not gone anywhere.
For example,
single currency.
Right.
Single travel document, passport.
Yeah.
Opening of borders so that you may travel so long as you're within the East African community. It would be interesting to see that those things, which would actually ease burden on business or on movement of persons, would actually work. But this one, it's, really
Which
quickly.
One?
This one, I would say let's harmonize this thing really quickly. It's interesting that conversation can be met with such
the
speed
Common Market
and alacrity.
Protocol is, they say it has been realized to some extent. The Common Market Protocol, the movement of people. Now you only need your ID to cross over from here to wherever you want to go within the East African community. Of course, the single monetary union, and that's what the CBK chairman nominee has said. I want to push that through. Political federation, that one is a dream that's
pipe dream.
Dead in the water.
Indeed. Okay, so let's look at some of these other things. Do you own a car? A new tax, wealth tax is coming. The Treasury is also
considering... It's a wealth tax.
Yes. Because if you own a car, surely you must be wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
The Treasury is considering the introduction of a vehicle circulation tax as a form of wealth tax, which would tax all vehicle owners. The tax will be paid annually by vehicle owners at the time they purchase insurance cover. There will be a minimum amount of tax to be paid by all motor vehicles, in addition to a graduated amount based on the engine capacity of the vehicle. Capiche?
Yep.
A recent report by the International Monetary Fund noted that the government plans to introduce a vehicle registration tax on vehicle owners in October. So not even far from now. October as in tomorrow. So it's not actually very far. Okay. So this particular report, and Professor Ndonga has said, you know what? Some of these things are going to come into place. But what it does seem, and people are already feeling the pinch, today's the 14th, for example, expecting things to go crazy, feeling the pinch is that everywhere you look, there can be a tax. And they're going to bring it in. So the question is, how much more can Kenyans take?
All right. So the Treasury is doing what the Treasury is expected to do, which is just show us their projections and thinking. This is how we hope to continue financing government operations in the medium term. It's a good thing that it's being reported this way, so we already start having this conversation openly. Okay? Let's have it openly. Let's say, is our problem a revenue problem or is our problem a spending problem? Because if we strongly tell the government, your problem is the spending problem, explain to us why you have to spend 4 trillion shillings in a financial year. So you are struggling to raise 4 trillion shillings in revenues.
The fact is that the question as you framed it is actually very appropriate in this sense. We have a year that has gone by, and you have gone about the business of doing and being government, which means you've spent money. You will tell us an amount, then we'll ask you, just kindly show us where this money has gone. It's not complicated. That is what you've spent. So now, when you ask us for more, we can benchmark that 4 trillion on what we have seen you do. So if you're asking us for more money the following year, if we didn't see the money being used for what it was intended in this year, we'll tell you, last year this didn't happen.
So we can't really give you more.
Yeah, but usually it's because it's planned for and budgeted for to completion, and then it's incomplete, and then that debt is carried on to the following year. Now imagine if that happens every year. At the end of the year, you end up with the debt, whereas money was allocated to ensure that thing was completed.
Yep.
So,
just piling up debt because you will not be able to milk any more white milk from this black cow. It's done. We are done, but how much more really can you get?
Actually, I don't understand sometimes why it is the government cannot see that they're tying a noose around their own necks. You know, this can't go on indefinitely. At some point, it's going to give. At some point, they'll be told enough. And enough, why? Believe me, if this money went into what was purposed, the taxes wouldn't be such a pain. Now we are being told the government wants to spend God knows how many billions to build new hospitals across the country. The ones we have...
Equip them.
Yes.
Make sure that they're functioning.
Yes.
We saw a dispensary in Nakuru turned into a chicken coop, for crying out loud.
Yes.
Why are we... why spend more money on something which, number one, it exists? Why can't you equip and make sure the ones that you have are functioning? What is wrong with that? And some of these things require a little bit of common sense to then be able to now apply and implement.
Yeah, let's have a full conversation. It's good that it has come like this. Let us have a full conversation, open, objective, and say, all right, so some of these tax measures may make sense based on the agreed needs of the country. Some will not make sense unless all of us be prepared to accept those hard truths, including those who are proposing the taxes. As we are talking, today is the 14th. Today is the April day, right? So last month there was the fuel stabilization mechanism that was put in. Petroleum Development Levy deployed to cushion the pump price. What does that mean? That means that you go to the pump you buy at the price that IPRA has said. That is not the actual price. The actual price is something higher. The oil marketing company will then go to the government and ask for that money. The extra, the gap, the bridging. That's where the Petroleum Development Levy comes in. Now, independent oil dealers are warning of shortages at their pumps next week due to the 1.8 billion shillings debt that they have accumulated due to the government's price stabilization program. Because of this debt, which is only for July to August, the large oil marketing companies are reluctant to sell to independent small dealers at the subsidized prices. Under the United Energy and Petroleum Association, UNIPEA, the dealers have warned that if the stabilization program is not reviewed, they risk closing their 800 retail outlets across the country. In a statement, UNIPEA chairperson Irene Kimathi said while the price stabilization eases the burden on their customers, it distorts the market for dealers because the big OMCs are expected to sell the product at a price below the actual cost, meaning OMC's profit is held back by the subsidy and they're unable to sell to the independent retailers. Are you getting what I'm saying? So, price should have been 200 bob, okay? IPRA said, let's apply the price stabilization. Let it come down to one whatever. Let's just, for purposes of this conversation, let's say 180. So there's some 20 bob gap here. That 20 bob gap, the guy who goes to the depot to take fuel, takes fuel at the price that they have taken it for. They go and sell it at the pump at 180. That 20 bob will come from the National Treasury to the oil marketing company. Now, the big guys who are operating big volumes are the big oil marketing companies, the multinationals and some big locals. A majority of petrol stations across the country are those small one-station, two-station brands. One pump, three pump stations. Those ones get their mafuta from the big oil marketing companies. Now, those big oil marketing companies are facing a cash crunch. So they do not want to extend this facility to the small oil marketing companies. Small petrol stations across the country are now not able to get mafuta from the big dealers, so they could shut down next week. Do you remember something that happened last year? Where we had fuel shortage in very many parts of the country?
Yep.
Because these petrol stations are the ones that serve outside Nairobi. It's coming. That's what UNIPEA is saying. Next week.
Same thing is happening.
We have not been able to access product this week. Next week, many petrol stations in the country will not have product. And it's because the National Treasury has not paid the big boys. The big boys are there for not saying,
and you know what that means?
I only take mafuta to sell in my stations. I can't take mafuta to sell to you, because taking mafuta from the depot to sell to you means that I incur that
cost,
cash crunch.
Yes. So the vast majority of the people who live in this country will not be able to access a product.
Yeah. So don't drive. Next week you're thinking you're going out of town. Chunga sana. Chunga sana. City, what's the story?
Right. There's this story that we looked at on page 8. Uproar over Supreme Court decision on LGBTQ plus I. Homa Bay Town MP, one Mr. Peter Kaluma, had at some point determined that he was going to enact to bring into being a certain bill that he called the Family Protection Bill 2023. Remember? Now, matters being what they are in Kenya and going in the direction matters such as this one tend to go in Kenya, this one ended up in the Supreme Court. The decision of the Supreme Court to allow registration of organizations that champion same-sex relations has triggered a fresh storm, with some leaders accusing judges of pushing a foreign agenda. Homa Bay Town MP Opondo Kaluma, who has authored a punitive bill against LGBTQ+, vowed to return to the Supreme Court to challenge the decision. In Mombasa, the anti-LGBTQ movement yesterday protested against the court verdict, accusing the bench of going the will of God and millions of Kenyans. Salim Karama, the chairman of the movement, said they do not agree with the decision of the court. Former Chaco Senator Johnson Muthama said the push has a foreign agenda. It is my belief that advocating for LGBTQ plus acceptance is a foreign agenda aimed at eroding African moral standards, Muthama said in a statement. The former senator said the ruling has a potential negative impact on children, especially through the amplification of LGBTQ plus content on social media platforms. The Apex Court on Tuesday threw out an application by Kaluma that sought to challenge the ruling, saying he was not a party to the initial case. On Wednesday, Kaluma said he'll forge ahead with the enactment of the Family Protection Bill 2023, even as he returns to the Supreme Court. The bill proposes lengthy jail terms and even death sentences for those engaged in same-sex relations. A similar bill passed in Uganda has triggered condemnation from the Western nations, with the World Bank suspending a funding for projects in the country. Okay. You know, there's a price you pay for having a constitution like ours.
There's a price you pay.
Yes, there's a price you pay. The price is actually called freedom. Now, you may not agree with what someone is doing, and there are many things people do we don't agree with, but we don't ask them or we don't seek death sentences on them simply because we've disagreed with what they do. This LGBTQ conversation is not going to stop today.
No, it's not.
Okay? And people who identify themselves as LGBTQ are also not going to stop today. Now, if the approach to such matters are punitive and ostracization, and we believe that that is the way, then my belief is that we are actually holding this particular broom from the wrong end. If we keep pointing and saying that this thing is a foreign agenda, are you saying that prior to the matters of LGBTQ taking center stage in many discussions and institutions like World Bank pushing agendas and based on the acceptance of such norms as new? The truth is, every community on this planet has had people who can claim to be LGBTQ. It's just that the agenda was not in your face. Now, if what we protest against is this in-your-face approach, then that's what we must protest about. But if we think that by making this matter punitive and going about this process the way we're going about it is the way you will supposedly halt it, there are jail terms for thieves. Have thieves stopped stealing? No.
No.
There are jail terms for people who are known sex offenders. Have we heard of a situation where sex offenders have reduced? No. What I'm trying to say is there are certain things that pertain to human beings, and you must acknowledge that that is what it is. Then find a way in which you can manage the situation.
And deal with that.
Okay.
Yes.
So managing the situation includes allowing the promotion of the activities of the situation.
No.
The argument here is that by allowing the formation of an association and all, you're basically allowing the promotion.
You're promoting and creating and perpetuating
It's the same
awareness.
argument that was had when it was proposed that sex education should be taught in school. It was then said that they are now promoting promiscuity. How? How do you tie the two? You have a biology class that teaches about the anatomy of human beings. How are you promoting promiscuous activity? How exactly? I'm simply trying to say this. I'm not even being prescriptive. I'm saying there is a truthful manner in which such matters need to be addressed. Why? It is a thorny issue. It's a problematic issue for many people. So look at it honestly and say, how does one deal with this situation in a way that is honest?
And open it up to
Yes.
have the uncomfortable
Have the uncomfortable discussions about it.
All right. So let's give details about what exactly is happening in the northern part of the continent, right? So looking at this 5,300 number from Libya. Now, what caused the major part of this destruction was that a dam indeed did burst its banks, and this, huge amount of water then now ran down and people were killed as a result of it.
More than a dam though, right?
However, what caused this dam to burst its banks, and these dams rather to burst their banks, was this excess amount of rain, all right, caused by a phenomenon on land and in the sea that now caused this rain. So the dams bursting their banks, which caused the major part of this destruction, was an after effect of what had happened with the weather, which comes back to the question is, did anybody not see this happening? And then gives rise to the question of how are we able to actually predict some of these things that will happen, and what can we do in terms of measures? Let's bring it to Nairobi, let's bring it to Kenya, whereby El Nino is knocking already. And it'll be here soon. We've seen the governor of Nairobi, I mean, looking at some of the pictures that we see today, who's setting up, putting in measures to now deal with this. And one of the measures that we often deal with, you alluded to that just a bit, is declogging or unclogging drainages, because that's essentially what leads to flooding on the roads in Nairobi.
You know what? They should also desilt rivers and lakes. But anyway, go on, please.
So what do we do when it comes? We can look at these terrible, terrible situations in Libya today. This is the after effect of a natural disaster, right?
Yeah.
What's happening in Morocco? Again, after effects of a natural disaster. Are there things that we can do beforehand to make sure that the damage is not as bad as what we see happening here? It would be my hope that even as these floods will come, El Nino will come, it's already coming. Will enough be done to make sure that the damage can be reduced?
For El Nino, it can never be enough. Because there's several things. Okay. So we can, unblock several drainages that are major drainages. But the amount of water that will go, for example, into the low-lying areas, which are where the slums are found, will still go there. The people who will be displaced by rising waters in all these slums, the Mukuru means valley. Mukuru kwa Ruben, kwa Njenga, kwa whatever. There's kwa Ruben, kwa Njenga.
It has left me.
All those places, those places are going to flood. People are going to be displaced. People are going to be affected.
They'll lose their homes.
How much can we do? Not much, unless you say, let's move these people out of these areas. We are talking about a population of about 1 million plus people. Okay? So with El Nino that's coming, it's not going to be enough. But at least can we do something? At least can we do something to make sure that we are directing waters into the Nairobi River that then would not be flowing in other areas into the Nairobi River. Those who are on the banks of the Nairobi River, can we address how we can move those who are along the banks of the Nairobi River? Because it's going to burst. Definitely.
It will burst its banks, that's for
Definitely.
sure. That's for sure.
There are people who are living along that and they will be affected. Those are the things.
It's a good thought. You see, the closest we've gotten to such a disaster was a Solai Dam disaster. And 47 people died. Now, 47 was a horrendous number. But remember, with flooding will come diseases as well. Okay? And then loss of property, You're right. You may not be able to avert it completely, but you can minimize the damage. Remember, in the Western world, we've had towns flooded, towns that were nestled along riverbanks, flooded, where once upon a time people used cars, now you're using boats.
This country has dilly-dallied with the idea of creating a national disaster management authority for many years. There's some mishmash of a team that meets coordinated by the Ministry of Interior. That is what should be happening now, those meetings. Red Cross and other well-wishers, meeting with Interior and Coordination people, meeting with the county people, counties at county level, saying, what are we doing to prepare for the impending disaster? Because it's coming. Short of that, at just chukwaring people and telling them, toa takataka.
No wheelbarrow.
Not enough, man. It's 7 a.m. Time for that news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Homa Bay Town Member of Parliament George Peter Opondo Kaloma now says they will be going to the Apex Court to contest a ruling on the registration of LGBTQ lobby group and the definition of sex as used in the case. Kaloma claimed that the Kenya judicial system was the weak link in the battle against homosexuality in the country.
What is our way forward, therefore? I'm advising that we have to return to the Supreme Court and petition the court to reverse its purported amendment of Article 27, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution, defining sex to include sexual orientation. We must get the court to reaffirm the position of our society that sex means and must only mean the biological state of being male or female as observed and recorded at birth, excluding always foreign sexual orientation and gender identity ideologies.
These as a section of Mombasa residents, religious leaders and lobby groups protested against Supreme Court decision that reaffirmed the LGBTQ community's rights to associate. The Mombasa anti-LGBTQ group staged a protest along Moi Avenue, faulting the Supreme Court for upholding the right of the National Gay and Lesbian Rights Commission to register. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has warned politicians against attacking security officers. Speaking in Lamu County, Kindiki said the politicians should give space for the officers to carry out their mandate.
Na mimi naudhika wakati nasikia kuna baadhi yetu ambao wameanza tabia potofu na tabia isiyo ya kizalendo ya kujaribu kukemea maafisa wetu wa usalama na kusemekana ya kwamba ati sijui kuna kitu wangefanya hawakufanya na wameshindwa na kazi, na kwa hivyo sisi ati hao sasa wanaongea hii mambo ya usalama tuwaachie, ati watanyorosha magaidi wa Al-Shabaab. Hiyo mchezo mkome.
Kindiki further condemned Al-Shabaab attacks in the county, saying that it has nothing to do with religion.
Kwa muda wa miaka zaidi ya 10 tumepata mapigo hapa na pale kutokana na magaidi ambao wanajisingizia mambo ya dini, wakijifanya ni mambo ya dini, sana sana dini ya Kiislamu. Lakini nakubaliana na wale nchi na wazee wameongea hapa ya kwamba mambo ya ugaidi na mambo ya dini ni mambo tofauti. Na mimi kama waziri wa usalama wa nchi nataka nihakikishie serikali iko na imani na jamii zote na dini zote katika nchi yetu, na haina vita yoyote na jamii ama dini yoyote ikiwemo dini ya Kiislamu.
The Inspector General of Police, Javed Kome, met with a team of World Bank transport specialists at the National Police Service headquarters in Nairobi. The talks focus on modalities of collecting data on traffic accidents to improve road safety in Kenya. During the meeting, IG Kome reiterated the commitment of National Police Service to continue collaborating with the World Bank and NTSA to improve service delivery to the public. The World Bank team was led by economist Veta Miluhivesa. Also present during the meeting was Duncan Kibogong from the National Transport and Safety Authority. Now, Head of Public Service Felix Koskei has eyed foreign missions to support efforts to carry out empirical studies on true scale of corruption in the country. Speaking during a meeting with 13 heads of foreign missions, Koskei stated that corruption is a matter of public conjecture and should be effectively dealt with. He pointed out that the government is determined to place all its services on e-citizen platform within a month as a way of minimizing human contact, which is often the genesis of corruption deals within government institutions. Koskei thanked the ambassadors for their continued financial and technical support in strengthening government institutions that are critical in the fight against graft, such as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Now, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has refuted claims that a Kenyan plane was almost involved in a plane crash. According to KCAA, reports that there was a near-disaster incident involving KQ flight number KQ101 from London Heathrow on September 8th are misleading. In a statement, KCAA said the go-around by the plane was a normal procedure aimed at least enhancing safety. The agency assured passengers safety during flights and operations at the airport. Now, Kenya has exported its first consignment of omena to China, marking a significant milestone in their bilateral relations. This achievement follows the signing of a bilateral agreement between Nairobi and Beijing in January 2022. A total of 52 tons of omena were shipped to China, strengthening the ties between the two nations. Wu Peng, the Director General of the Department of African Affairs in China, expressed his satisfaction with the development, highlighting the mutual benefits it brings to the citizens of both countries. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, so it's a few minutes after 7 o'clock and Thursday morning is not looking too bad. Traffic is building up on the Thika Superhighway, but it's right now centered around the Pangani Underpass. The Eastern Bypass is also pretty busy. Uhuru Highway, as you get into the CBD, is what will get busier as we get closer to traffic hour. But it looks like folks, getting where they're going really early and not clogging up the roads. I think that's a good thing. Coming from Cabanas going out towards Outer Ring is where we'll see some movement. Jogo Road is busy. And Kiambu Road is also starting to pick up as well. As you get into the CBD, coming in from Westlands, you should be fine. For now, at least, we're going to keep an eye on things and we'll be into traffic hour in about half hour or so. So you might want to get where you're going before then. In the meantime, let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It's the 14th day of September 2023. This is the day that Daniel Kiptoat Epra will be talking to us.
I thought you were going to say this is the day that the Lord has made.
It is the day that the Lord has made. We shall be glad and rejoice. Or is it the other way around? We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Yote. Oh, this is the day. Welcome to the second hour of The Situation Room. Thank you very much for those who are tuning in now on KTN Home. We are live on Spice FM as well, and YouTube and Facebook. Kenya's biggest conversation broadcast every weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on the 29th of October. Ni happened running.
We'll be running. Running. Yes, we will be. It's Kenya's single largest athletics day event taking place on the 29th of October in the name of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It's the 20th year in the making. It's the 20th time where folks can come out and run as individuals, as groups, but then also where they can contribute to making sure that life is a little bit easier for some folks who are disadvantaged. It all goes towards the Future Makers program, whereby young people, disadvantaged people, especially girls and people with disability, have the opportunity to earn, learn, and grow. How do you get into it? Log on to www.nairobimarathon.com, register with 2,000 shillings, and then come out and run on the 29th of October. The virtual run is going to happen a week before that, so you can, get your timings in on the leaderboard and see where you fare come the 29th. It's a good thing to do. Let's get on it and run on the 29th of October.
Kabisa. It's Thursday. We have Justice Thursday conversation. Today, we want to talk about arbitration, changing times, exploring new perspectives. And Lawrence Njoroge is the Registrar and CEO at the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Good morning, Lawrence.
Good morning.
Welcome back to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
Uko sawa?
Kabisa.
Mambo iko fiti. Sana. That's the hot seat of the Situation Room. And CT has the day's proverb. Today's proverb is simple.
Straightforward, very difficult to misunderstand.
Right.
A black cow also gives white milk.
A black cow also gives white milk. Something repeated many times will always produce the same result.
Okay.
Voila.
You do it whatever way you do it.
So long as it's the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's a cow, it's a cow.
It's a cow.
Cow, it will give milk.
Yes, and the milk will be white. Brown cow, white cow,
Yeah.
black cow.
Well, the color of the milk isn't determined by the color of the cow's hide. No.
Ndu is trying to imagine why she's seen a white cow. They exist. They exist.
A pure white cow.
Mm.
I'm actually trying to think.
Lawrence, have you seen one?
A pure white cow?
A white cow.
A dairy cow?
Why are we
No,
saying
but
pure white? Why aren't you saying pure black? It's a white cow.
Spotless.
White cow, bwana.
White cow.
Yes.
I've seen a white cow, but not a dairy cow.
Okay.
Okay. White milk, all the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of them milk is white. Okay. So, Lawrence, the last time you were here, we were talking about arbitration and the Nairobi Center and what the Nairobi Center is all about. But please, for those that may have missed the previous conversation, what is the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration?
So the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration is an entity, a body established by an act of parliament, the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration Act, number 26 of 2013. The idea behind this act is to establish a body that will provide services of dispute resolution. By that I mean processes such as mediation, arbitration, adjudication, everything that involves resolution of disputes outside of court.
Okay.
So since 2013, this entity called Nairobi Center for International Arbitration has been in the business of helping parties in dispute of various kinds from different sectors and industry to resolve their disputes, whether before the disputes get to court or even when they are in court, but they prefer to leave court and have their dispute settled outside of court corridors. So in a nutshell, that is Nairobi Center for International Arbitration.
Why Nairobi? So do we have a Mombasa Center, Nakuru Center, Nyeri Center?
Okay, there's a bit of history to this. One, it's a question of naming globally. So going back to 1974, countries of Asia and Africa agreed that they need to have a structure that facilitates resolution of disputes between entities, companies that do trade between the two continents. And they identified key nodal points of trade where regional centers were to be established. Nairobi was one of them. The others are Kuala Lumpur, Cairo, Tehran, and Lagos. So arising out of that agreement, a host country agreement was signed between what we call the Asia-Africa Legal Consultative Organization and the government of Kenya to establish that kind of a center in Nairobi. And so when we look at the naming of centers of this kind globally, they will normally take the capital city as the identity.
Right.
Sort of like the Olympics.
So to speak, Seoul and
London,
London,
Okay.
Atlanta,
Rio.
Yes, hence Nairobi.
Ah, voila.
Do we have other centers for international arbitration in East Africa?
Yes, we do. We have Kigali International Arbitration Center. Tanzania is coming up with one, Tanzania International Arbitration Center.
Dar es Salaam or Dodoma or Moshi or
So they
Arusha.
have preferred to call themselves Tanzania.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So take us through again how this happens and why it does. I mean, looking at this conversation that we're having this morning, we're saying that the time is coming, essentially, where a lot of dispute resolution will happen within the corridors of arbitration. Yes. Why is that?
So and I listened to our head of state during the Climate Action Summit. And a couple of statistics he gave could help answer that question. One of the things he reflected upon is the state of the continent vis-a-vis the rest of the world in the next couple of years. He said 60% of all resources for renewable energy are on the continent. 40% of the minerals required for transition, similarly, are on the continent.
Mm-hmm.
The median age of Africa currently is about 19. 25% of the population of the world will be in Africa by the year, I believe it was 2050,
Mm-hmm.
and about 40% of the workforce of the world by the year 2100 will be on the continent. Now, to that list I can add, especially with regards to disputes. Africa itself currently contributes a mere 4% of global trade, and yet Africa is 30%, 3.3 times a combination of US, China, India, Japan, and part of Europe in terms of landmass, which covers 2/3 of arable land. Two things come out of all these statistics. One, that in terms of labor, human interaction, the focal point will be Africa.
Yep.
Secondly, in terms of trade and commerce, again, the focal point will be Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The third point that comes out of those two is that there will be disputes. And therefore, we need to gear up and prepare for those disputes. Arbitration and dispute resolution follows commerce. Where labor and capital meet, there are disputes. And therefore, as a continent, as a region, as a country, as a center, it is our intention to prepare for what is coming.
Who are we saying these disputes will, be between? Are we saying that because of, what you said, resources banked here, we have median age of those who are then developing right now and will be in the throes of doing business, will be in the throes of the workforce, etc., maybe the ones handling conversations around these resources now with the kind of woke mentality, obviously. So are we saying that because of that, the likelihood of disputes arising, again, will be here? Who would they be between? Has the prediction gotten there as well?
So, depending on the nature of trade, of course. So, for instance, think about the Africa Continental Trade Agreement. That itself says that intra-African trade will increase.
Yep.
It's really a vehicle to enlarge the space of trade between African countries. It is also a vehicle to provide for a framework of trade between Africa itself as a continent and the rest of the world. This brings about professionals that support trade from different perspectives. It could be legal professionals, it could be practitioners of different kinds, engineers, and the rest in the mining industry, in the natural resource sector. And so a conglomeration of all these professionals need to be sensitized, prepared for the reality that in the course of intercourse between themselves, intra-Africa and outside of Africa, there will be disputes. There will be the experts, for instance. There will be the arbitrators. There will be the mediators. There will be the legal professionals. There will be the auxiliary services, interpreters, and transcribers. So it's a whole ecosystem.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. The thought that disputes will come, in terms of now, these disputes will not go to court. Are we saying already that the nature of them then is what would invite arbitration then as a tool to be able to deal with them?
It could be said so. One, commercial disputes, for instance, there's a preference for privacy, confidentiality. Parties want their disputes to be handled behind closed doors. There could be trade secrets that they want to keep away from the public domain, even though there is a dispute. And the court system itself is not structured to provide that kind of an environment. And so, by their very nature, some of these disputes will be more amenable to the arbitration space as opposed to the court space. Not to say the court is not relevant. In a sense, these processes will be supplementing and complementing the court system. Yes.
So we need to be prepared. We need to be prepared for what's coming.
Yes.
What does that preparation entail?
Preparation looks like institutions such as our own, the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, bringing together users, industry, and everything else, dispute resolution, into one framework, harmonizing the practice, building capacity, sensitizing the public of the availability of these services. And that is what we intend to do next week in what we refer to the Nairobi Arbitration Week 2023, a premier event that brings together all these players in the alternative dispute resolution space globally to Nairobi to speak about how we can gear up for that change.
Okay.
Yes.
So when people come, what you've talked about capacity building. What is capacity building? Is it upskilling the already existing arbitrators? Is it building our capacity to actually sit down and go through an arbitration process? What is it?
I think capacity building begins with access. Capacity building begins with awareness that these processes actually do exist. And then from there, moving to especially professionals, getting involved in training. So within the Nairobi Arbitration Week, we do have a training in conjunction with the SOAS University of London, upscaling the skill of counsel who are involved in arbitration. That will take the duration of the week, 3 days to be particular. At the same time, we as a center are continuously offering training. Training in mediation, training in arbitration, and very soon training in adjudication. And so this is a calendar event which offers different modules of training, building the capacity of these professionals to offer a service that is not only quality, but one that insulates the process from the harm that could arise if practitioners are not well suited for the practice. And that is both domestic, that is Kenyan, and international.
And international.
Yes.
Lawrence, you are registrar and CEO of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Registrar, I assume here means that you are the one who licenses or accredits or regulates. Is that so?
I could pick accreditation, yes.
Okay.
So there's accreditation of practitioners, arbitrators, mediators. So there is a process that therefore then is midwifed by the registrar services. But primarily that role is applicable when it comes to registering cases. So we do receive cases. We provide services of dispute resolution. And therefore, the registrar services involve everything.
So it's like a registrar of the courts?
Yes, from beginning to end.
Okay.
Yes.
How many arbitrators do we have accredited in Kenya?
Well, I may not have the statistics with me here because they're registered by different bodies. But certainly with those that I've come into contact with, we could be in the region of about between 300 and 800.
300 and 800.
But trained, some registered, some not, by different institutions.
Okay.
So professional bodies do have professionals of that kind within their scope.
So it's still within the hundreds.
Still within
and if
the
we just look at the East African region,
yes,
this entire market, apart from Kigali, it's only Nairobi that has another center like this. Or do we have other institutions in the region?
So I might add also that Nairobi is a leading in terms of this practice. So That tells you the numbers if you were to look at the region.
Okay.
Of course, we have expanded. We have interacted with the region, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, building capacity within the region, so that now, as I've mentioned, Kigali has already established its own center. Uganda has done the same, and Tanzania also does have a practice in arbitration.
So is Nairobi serving the region? Is the Nairobi Center, for example, serving Uganda, serving South Sudan, Burundi?
So by virtue of our establishment, we are open for everyone.
Okay.
Depending on the choice of parties, on where they would prefer their disputes resolved. So for instance, if you have a Kenyan company in dispute maybe with for example,
a Taiwanese company.
Right. And they might say, because you're Kenyan and I am Taiwanese, we might not want to have our dispute resolved within the frameworks that are in
those
Kenya.
countries.
They might settle for any other country. And likewise, vice versa. They could prefer Nairobi simply because it is felt to be a neutral seat for that purpose.
So then back to the question.
Yes.
Are you seeing many of these disputes actually approaching Nairobi for dispute resolution?
Yes. Given the trend that we have observed in the last 7 years that we have offered this service, we are now hitting the 157 million USD in value of cases. A good number of these involve some entities within the region and, of course, beyond the region. So there is an uptick within the region and, of course, beyond the region.
I'm perturbed by something.
Yes.
So the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration is established by an act of parliament.
Yes.
These other centers or bodies for arbitration, are they also established by any law?
A good number of them are, especially if I could look at the globe in terms of the south and the north.
No, the ones within Kenya.
So within Kenya, it's only ourselves who are established by an act of parliament.
So why are the others operating?
Or how?
And how are they operating?
Yes.
So there is privately established centers. But let me also mention that we are the only center in Kenya of this kind. There are bodies which offer services of arbitration, but not exactly the way in which this center does it.
Okay.
So there's a distinction. There's no other parallel institution that offers
exactly what you're doing.
Yes.
You know, it's the Institute for Certified Public Accountants of Kenya.
Yes.
Right? All accountants are under this. The Engineers Board, engineers are under this. Law Society of, you can't say that, there is another, there's a law club of Nairobi that can also, accredit lawyers and give them operating licenses. And why do we have others? If this was established by an act of parliament, what was the thinking behind establishing this and entrenching it in law? I would assume it is also for some sort of regulation of the practice.
Yes.
To make sure that everybody then is registered by this, that you make sure that there is professional development and renewal of licenses to practice under this. So why do we have the others?
Okay. Now, so whereas the bodies that you've mentioned are primarily professional regulatory bodies, ISPAC, ICPSK, and the rest, they do not offer the services that the professionals they regulate offer. So there's one distinction there. They are primarily professional regulatory bodies.
ISPAC does not practice.
It doesn't practice. Okay. Now there's a difference, therefore. And that goes back to something that happened in March this year. So we are moving towards a direction where we have a harmonized framework of dealing with the industry. So an alternative dispute resolution policy was passed by Cabinet in March of this year. And alongside that policy is a proposal for bills that will address the question that you're raising, moving towards a harmonization of the practice and therefore bringing professionals under one umbrella body. That body is yet to be determined as to who it will be. We, on the other hand, offer a service, the service of dispute resolution by different mechanisms, and therefore we are not just confined to the professional aspect that the other bodies that you've mentioned often will be.
I see. It's like the judiciary and the Law Society of Kenya.
Yes.
But then we don't have two judiciaries.
No, we don't.
Why do we have two? Anyway, let's take a break. It's 7:30. Kenya's Biggest Conversation is hosting Lawrence Njoroge. He is the registrar and CEO of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. We are talking about alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and arbitration is one big one. What is happening around the world? What's happening regionally? These emerging trends, are we prepared for this? Are we looking at how best we can improve arbitration as a route to have dispute resolution? 7:30. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Jimmy Gathu live. This is a man's show where we talk about politics, men talk, sports, anything that spells man.
Does your partner communicate in any way, be it financially, be it sexually, be it heart to heart? That's a communication that you will never hear in a marriage counseling session.
So the most important thing is just be honest with yourself.
Jimmy Gathu Live happens every Saturday from 2 to 7.
Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17 today. All right, then looking into Nakuru, we'll see highs of 22 and we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nyeri. 24 will be the high in a mostly sunny Eldoret, currently at 14. It's 24 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 29 and lows of 23. And at 25, Malindi is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 29. We'll see lows of 24. It's 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 29, and we'll see 27 as the high in a sunny Kakamega at 17. It's 19 and cloudy in Kampala, highs of 26, and sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 31. It's 9 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 21, and Lagos will be partly cloudy through today at 25 currently, with highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's 22 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 22.
Spice up your life.
Traffic coming in from Cabanas going towards a North Airport Road and then out towards the Eastern Bypass. It's starting to build on Langata Road and it will get busy as you get closer to the city. Uhuru Highway taking it from many Langata Road here, looking at Bunyala Road there and then joining with Haile Selassie at the junction. On the Thika Superhighway, it's getting busier and busier by the moment. We have traffic coming in well in from Githurai out towards KCA and then into Pangani. As you get there, you'll go towards Murang or you go towards Wangari Maathai Way. Some traffic coming out of Westlands. It's not too crazy coming out of Limuru Road, but we're likely to see that pick up in a short while. We're entering into traffic hour proper now. Let's see what happens as we go along Thursday morning. Let's talk in the meantime on Spice FM KE on X.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
26 minutes to continue our conversation. Lawrence Njoroge from the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, established by an Act of Parliament dealing with arbitration. Somebody's already asking what exactly is the difference between arbitration and mediation and other dispute resolution mechanisms.
Okay. So there are many dispute resolution mechanisms. Arbitration and mediation is just one of them. I could say arbitration differs from mediation in this sense that in arbitration there is A third party neutral, the arbitrator who makes a decision. In mediation, the mediator does not make a decision. He or she facilitates the parties to arrive at a decision that is their own.
Okay.
So that's one of the major differences.
Okay. So in mediation, you're basically like a counselor, taking them through. And what do you think about it?
What would you like?
Yes, you might apply a bit of it.
This is what they're saying, but would you like to consider that? Probably. And then they agree.
Yes.
So there's an element of persuasion in mediation, whereby you have everybody in the same room, or you can have some people to leave at some time to have a conversation with somebody, and then essentially they would come to agree.
These are the peacemakers.
Yes.
Right.
But the arbiters then, essentially, based on what you've heard from both sides, you will then make a decision based on that. Does an arbiter then require to have in-depth knowledge about subject area? Because I can see a mediator, look, man, two of you are having an issue here. There's some kind of bullish here coming from the other side. I come in between to make sure that you guys can sort out your issues. But with an arbiter, for example, there's the delicate intricacies of something that might be commercial, that needs some kind of adjudication. Is it required then that you have knowledge on the subject matter before you can arbitrate?
I think the first level of knowledge is the process. You become a master of the process of arbitration itself.
Okay.
And once equipped with the mastery of the process, the rules involved, the engagement with parties, with the various entities that come into play, then we could speak of a second level of competence, and that is what you're alluding to. That is subject matter competence. It's not always the case in every situation that you must have a subject matter expert.
Okay.
For the reason that arbitration itself does allow for the use of experts in the process to enable the arbitrator, who perhaps might not be an expert in the subject but has mastery over the process.
So amicus.
Kind of like a witness.
An expert witness.
Expert witness.
Yes, an expert witness who then can bring out the complexities of a particular case that may not be the subject matter of the arbitrator.
Voilà.
However, mastery is mandatory of the process itself.
Give us a little bit of that for us to understand. Mastery of the process of what? Of how a case would be carried out, or of how this particular information would then be... what exactly do you mean by mastery?
Okay. So arbitration operates through rules. There are rules of how parties approach arbitration itself. How do they file a particular reference for arbitration? Once that is done, how is the arbitrator appointed? Once the arbitrator is appointed, then how do the parties bring the information that the arbitrator will consider before the arbitrator? And once the arbitrator receives that information, what then does he or she need to do to allow for the parties to submit their case before the arbitrator? Once they have presented their facts and evidence before the arbitrator, and then the arbitrator retires to make the determination what laws are applicable, what rules are applicable, what is required of the final decision, the award. And therefore the mastery basically is having a mastery of the process from A to Z, and therefore being able to determine at what point what is required to be done. He's a master of the process, or she is a master of the process.
Okay. So then an arbiter also, having not or knowing what should happen, that's where you see the possibility of an entire case being chucked, or one of the individuals then being in a situation of loss, because an arbiter has mastered the process and is able to say one or two of these things did not happen in the manner in which it ought to, and that would then help us to be able to adjudicate over this particular matter.
Yeah, so because the arbitrator, therefore, is one equipped to handle the process. The cases that will knock the door will be of varied kinds, different nature, different kinds of parties, cultures. However, despite the fact that these elements are different, because they have come to a person who is equipped, has a capacity to channel those elements within this process and then deal with the substantive issues that arise from the facts and evidence, they can, at the end of the day, make a determination which can stand the test of time, including the involvement of experts where experts are necessary.
One of the things that I've always found interesting whenever we're discussing arbitration is, given what you explain, why it is more people do not go for arbitration as opposed to going to court. Is it that they don't know about the process? Is it that they don't know who to approach, where to go to? Because, one, you've indicated the expeditious manner in which arbitration handles the cases before it. Two, the powers that the decision that is made within arbitration has, alongside, compared to what, not compared to, equal to what a competent court of law would provide. So essentially, if it is justice you seek, if it is a resolution you seek, it will be provided. So why is it that people still go to court more than they come for arbitration?
Okay, I think part of the reasons are historical. Human culture has in the past leaned more on these processes. But as something happened in the 1900s that sort of transmuted them and replaced them with what we now refer as a formal court litigation process. So that whereas our grandfathers knew how to sit under the tree, listen to disputants, make a determination, and it would be respected and enforced within the community, that no longer was the case. And so as we moved to the independence period, we ended up relying more on litigation, that is, approaching the court to determine our cases, and that has been the case all the way until, I could say, the constitution that we have now, which has formally entrenched alternative dispute resolution within its own article. That's Article 159.
Right.
So there's an element, one, of a culture that has grown over time because of what happened pre-colonial and post-independence, Kenya especially, where parties have, whenever we have a dispute, we say, let us meet in.
Tupatane mbele.
Now, the second bit of it, I agree with you, then becomes a question of awareness. And this is precisely what we are addressing. Allowing parties to know that there are processes other than just going to court.
The court process.
Which are as effective, if not more effective in terms of time and efficiency than often happens when a case is queued in the court list.
Okay. How are you making this knowledge available to all?
Nairobi Arbitration Week next week. It is an entire week dedicated to industry, users, and everyone involved in dispute resolution or not, on the subject alternative dispute resolution and arbitration, national and international. That's 1 week, which will be happening every other second year. In between there, as a center, we are involved in various awareness creation initiatives. This involve media engagement. This involve capacity forums in the counties. This involve engaging professional bodies who offer this service. And of course, once this policy that I've just alluded to comes into force, we will also then have a robust capacity enhancement and awareness creation action plan. We are not the only ones doing this. The judiciary also has been also in the forefront, especially when it comes to the court annex mediation, in promoting mediation even within its own presence and processes. And therefore, there's a concerted effort from different agencies to build that awareness that will then endear people to the existence of these processes and their usage.
Just piggybacking on what CT had asked earlier, and looking at the reasons as to why people don't go for arbitration, if it seems like it's an efficient, quick way of, considerably, way of being, of having cases sorted out. When we look at court cases that have been in court for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and we say that the mandate of an arbitration could go how long? To be able to get a case and finish could go?
So typically what I've observed within our own processes, 150 days.
150 days. Yeah. So give or take, 6 months, 5 months.
Max.
Kind of thing, right? And these cases, at the conclusion of the cases, looking at what's a court of law, because once the gavel is down, that is final. Do we see the same thing with arbitration? That the decision of the arbiter then becomes final, and that is then a legal binding decision?
Yes, so the outcome of arbitration, the process itself, is an arbitral award. That is a decision of the arbitrator. Because the law of arbitration, the Arbitration Act, recognizes it as a decision that is final and binding between the parties, it is therefore enforceable. So if a party were to refuse or renege from honoring the award, the party in whose favor the award is made can approach the court and ask the court to enforce that decision as it would a judgment of the court. So it carries with it the element of enforceability. Now, let me also add, it's not just enforceable in Kenya, it is enforceable outside of Kenya, because we are also signatories to a convention that allows enforcement of foreign arbitration awards.
Then I'm looking at arbitration, and currently it's structured as alternative dispute resolution, lumped together with mediation and others. And then Monge, Chief, Imanimbo, Kinyumbani, all those things, court-mandated mediation and all. But I'm wondering, should arbitration not be elevated above mediation? For example, we have these special courts that have jurisdiction, the Employment and Labor Relations Court, the Environment and Land Court. What are they called, those courts?
The Land and Environment?
Yeah, no, those two courts that are similar to the High Court.
Concurrent jurisdiction.
Should arbitration not be placed in the same?
I would rather look at these methods, including arbitration, as driving along a superhighway. And along that superhighway, you have exit number 1, exit number 2, exit number 3. They're all exits. And it's a question of choice. The choice may be dependent on many factors. In fact, you could have a combination. You could use exit number 2 and still end up in a route that was in exit number 1. So a mixture of these processes. So as opposed to seeing them as competing processes, they are complementing processes. One could begin with negotiation. If negotiation doesn't work, they could move to conciliation. If it doesn't work, they could move to arbitration. Or before arbitration, they could even move to mediation. They could design it in such a way that they first do mediation. If mediation doesn't work, they could use arbitration. And in the worst case scenario, they could still end up in litigation. So I would rather see them as complementing processes. In some instances, they could be standalone processes, which parties then, depending on the nature of dispute and many other factors, can select depending on what fits their dispute best.
But you see, there's a natural order of flow, right? You're coming from the fast lane back to the slower lane so that you can exit.
Yes.
There's no way you'll come from arbitration and go back down to mediation.
There's nothing that bars you from doing so.
But it's not encouraged. Well, below mediation, what else is there?
So
you've just given us that conciliation and all that matrix.
So it's a spectrum.
Would you go downwards? Let's start with arbitration. It didn't work. Okay, let's go to mediation. It didn't work. Let's go to conciliation.
Okay, so let us put them on a level plane.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that is upstream and nothing that is downstream. It is a spectrum. And along that spectrum, what the difference is, there are processes which are less coercive and there are processes which are more coercive.
Okay.
Yeah. In this sense, when you're negotiating between yourselves as parties, it is basically the two of you agreeing. There is no element of coercion, there is no element of force.
Yeah.
The more you move to the other side of the
and
spectrum,
there's no enforcer.
and there's no enforcer, apart from yourselves.
Yeah.
The more and more you move to the other side of the spectrum, towards mediation, arbitration, there's an element
Into
of
litigation.
Because a third party comes in.
Yes.
Now you're not the only ones involved. And in the case of arbitration, the third party actually can make a decision. So there's an element of coercion there.
So you can see which one has more weight. Just by what you're explaining, you just see which one has more weight.
Yes.
The one that has more weight is one that there's a third party who has power to enforce a decision, right? Or at least has some mandate to enforce a decision.
Yes.
So those ones that have a mandate to enforce, why can't we elevate them more? Maybe to create more awareness about this alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So people know that, well, a court can tell you, well, you can't just file this here. Jurisdiction is, I have to get a referral. I have to look at a decision that's been made by a lower system.
What I would say, we would rather have a cafeteria, a buffet, where parties are free to choose which meal to use. And so if my dispute at this particular instance is more amenable to mediation, then mediation is the most suitable process at that point. And that way we can develop them together as opposed to seeing them as senior or lower siblings. It is about choice and allowing parties to choose in a wide array of choices.
But then they'll need a lot of knowledge on all
these
the available options to them.
Yes.
And you'll find out that you've wasted so much time on one level where you could have gone to another a long time ago.
I agree with you.
How does one become an arbiter?
How does one become an arbitrator?
Arbitrator. Yeah. Can you use those words interchangeably, by the way? There's arbitrator.
Arbitrator.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Arbiter could be used.
It's like public servant and state officer.
Right. Okay.
It's all about the...
An arbitrator
etymology,
is
the term
an
comes
arbiter,
from
but an
one
arbiter is not necessarily an arbitrator.
Arbitrator is like all squares are rectangles,
Yes.
but not all rectangles are squares. All right.
So how does one become an arbitrator? Nairobi Center for International Arbitration does offer training in arbitration in 3 modules. Introduces you to the law, the practice, takes you through the procedure, and then eventually a process of how do you write the final decision, the award. A process that takes, depending on how fast one is, about 6 months, could go all the way up to 2 years to complete the modules. And at the end of it, you are accredited to become an arbitrator. Having said that, that's just the beginning. We talked about mastery. And so involvement in cases, going through mentorship programs, observing through that mentorship, and then, of course, with regular attendance to arbitration, one gains the skill, the expertise, and could transit, adding, of course, enhancing the skills to not only handling domestic cases, but even handling international cases. Yes.
So can you start working? You talked about 6 months. You've done modules here and there. Can you start practicing as an arbitrator before you finish? Can you be on an internship and then begin, and a few coins here and there? As opposed to going into a million years of law school and,
because of the nature of the fact that it is a service you're offering to the public, one will be minded to ask whether the dispute that is before or would be before them is something that they can handle. Do they have the capacity to do so? And of course, if they do have the capacity, if it is a simple, not complex case, there's nothing that bars them from beginning. Of course, the more complex the cases may require that they acquire the experience, the expertise, as I've mentioned, through mentorship programs, and then, of course, eventually regular usage they will gain mastery. Yes.
I'm back on this matter of how widely known these services are. Yes, the week that you want to highlight your practices and the way you go about it is good, but it's in Nairobi. Do you have an actual plan beyond that week, the exhibition, the week of telling the country what it is that you're about, to actually ensure that this message is heard first, in vernacular radio stations, Kiswahili radio stations, and then the English-speaking radio stations, choosing the ones which probably have the largest reach? Because radio is the one thing that people listen to, and it's easy to listen to at whatever time. Now, here, I speak tongue-in-cheek because it could be said that I am promoting the business that I'm in. But this business at some level promotes itself, really, because people will listen to radio. Because if indeed someone hears of what it is that you offer in their language, the appeal and what it will mean is very, very different from when they hear it in English.
Yes. So City want to remove the notion that you could be accused of promoting the services. Yes. We have we have not had a kamkunji with City on this, and he certainly wasn't involved when I was forming the plan for the year. So in terms of our communication, marketing, and media plan for the year, yes, indeed, the view is that is why I'm here today, to reach the public by all means possible that are lawful, including vernacular stations. Yes.
Okay. My question has been answered.
Imejibiwa.
I rest my case.
You spoke of 300 to 800 arbitrators in Nairobi, then are able to serve the region, serve Nairobi. Is that enough? Sufficient coverage of the cases, or sufficient coverage vis-a-vis the cases that are coming in currently and what you predict to be cases that will come in the next 3 to 4, 5 years? Is there enough in terms of numbers?
So first, going back to the numbers, I mentioned that it could be more. It could be in the thousands because they are currently trained by different institutions. So the possibility is that there could be more in the thousands. Certainly we could do more. As we expand this space, and especially when the policy and the law comes into place that brings harmony and a framework, we will be able to generate more people entering into this space, and even the associated services, engaging institutions such as the Law Society of Kenya, the other professional bodies in the country who have these professionals, so that then we can increase the number, and not just increase, but also ensure that the quality that is being offered to the market is as good as anywhere. And so I would say, given where we are currently, we are able to meet the demand in the next couple of years that is coming, and with the initiatives that are already in place.
What are you doing to market the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration in the region? To let people know that, all right, you guys are doing business in Uganda, but you can use us in the event of a dispute.
So when I talked about the Nairobi Arbitration Week, this is a week that involves not just participants from Kenya, but regional and international participants. So next week there will be a networking of practitioners from across the globe, including our very near neighbors, involved both as speakers, involved as facilitators, involved as trainers.
But those are choir members.
Yes. Now,
I'm talking about the others, the flock who don't know about your services.
In terms of the flock, I was here last year. Yes. And when I was seated here, I did mention that the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration was recognized as the Arbitral Institution of the Year 2022. That is part of the foray of awareness across the continent. This year, in August, again, the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration has been recognized as a leading arbitral service provider in the region. That's Africa.
In Africa
Arbitration Awards by what we call the East Africa International Arbitration Conference. That awareness could not have come if we were not engaging the flock outside
of Nairobi.
Because it is a flock who are voting and saying, we recognize that center
Okay.
as a leading service provider.
Congratulations then.
Asante sana.
And thank you very much for joining us today. Lawrence Muirori Njoroge is the Registrar and CEO of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, our Justice Thursday guest for today. Keep it here for more. 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is Nizo. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has left the country for the United States. In a statement issued by State spokesperson Hussein Mohammed, Ruto's visit underscores Kenya's commitment to tech innovation and its pivotal role as a trade partner with the United States. President Ruto will visit Silicon Valley in San Francisco, where he will meet with tech leaders of Microsoft, Intel, Google, and Apple, among others. The visit aims to enhance investment opportunities and trade relations with the United States, with a particular focus on nurturing Kenya's thriving startup sector, known as the Silicon Savannah. The head of state will emphasize Kenya's young talent, green energy initiatives, and its value as an alternative supply chain for American companies. Thereafter, President Ruto will attend the 78th United Nations General Assembly session in New York. Development goals address critical global challenges such as climate crisis and debt concerns in the global south. Now, Langata MP Felix Odiwuor has maintained that he is in ODM to stay and that he is going nowhere. He told Vibes Radio that together with his colleagues from ODM who were kicked out of the party, they moved to court due to different issues, including the absence of IEBC.
Unajua mimi niko ODM na ODM ndio chama yangu. Hakuna pali nishawahi sema nimetoka chama. The party wants me to leave. We were expelled. We went to court. Number one, the reason of going to court right now. Number one, if you say you resign right now, okay? Umesema where uko. Number one, unajua kuna IBC sahi. Okay? So utakuna ngoja election. Hii time yote. So saizi, number one ukiresign. Wewe ujue uko kwa baridi paka siku IBC itakuwa na ujui nili wewe ulishasema hauko nani atakwenda kukupigia nini, nani atapanga kama ya Banisa ndio bado 6 months down the line since MP passed on. So mimi niende tu hapo ati nimeresign alafu nani anataka kwenda kwa hiyo mbio tena.
He stated that working with the president so that development gets to the people and the people of Langata are important and come first.
Party politics or no party politics, ni wase wa Langata wataamua. Hechi mwenyewe alikuwa deputy party leader wa ODM. Unajua? Na yeye pia alifukuzwa tu kama sisi. Unacheki? Na hiyo inakushuku kitu moja. Si msi anashika mambo. Anataka njia za kuingia na kufanya development Nyanza, despite kuambiwa you can't work with us because we do not even recognize. Of course, yes, he will get into Nyanza. We will lead. We will lead if shove comes to shove. We will have to be there. Now tumwambie ingia, letea watu maendeleo.
And President William Ruto hosted the MPs who were expelled from the ODM party. The MPs included Elisha Odhiambo, Gideon Ochanda, Felix Odiwuor, Karoli Omondi, and Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda. And Kenya has signed the first joint commission for cooperation in Bogota in an effort to improve bilateral relations with Colombia. The signing of the cooperation has opened a new path of deepening collaboration in various sectors, including agriculture, gender, education, science and technology, culture, transport, health, environmental conservation, trade and investment. Speaking during the signing, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua said that the duo has also held talks on ways to enhance the ties through direct flights between the two countries to increase interaction and improve movement of goods and services. In addition, Gachagua noted that the two nations have opened discussions on ending visa requirements for diplomatic and service passport. Now, Kenya is gearing up to host the third edition of the East Africa Regional Tourism Expo in November this year. Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage Cabinet Secretary Penina Malonza made the announcement during the unveiling of the event scheduled for November 20th to 22nd this year. CS Malonza noted that The event will run concurrently with the annual Magical Kenya Travel Expo under the theme dubbed Tourism for Green Growth. The event is an annual regional travel fair hosted by the East African Community Partner States on a rotational basis. It showcases the diverse tourism offerings of the region to both consumers and trade. Now, Russia President Vladimir Putin has said under the joint work by both sides, the relationship between China and Russia has entered its greatest level of history. Putin met with visiting Chinese Vice Premier Zhang Guoqin in Vladivostok. He appreciated the participation of the high-level delegation from China in the 8th Eastern Economic Forum. China and Russia maintain smooth cooperation in various fields such as economic and trade, and regional cooperation between the countries has flourished, according to Putin. This is Newswire. Dennis Asedo, good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay. It's a few minutes after 8 o'clock and we're looking at traffic, different parts of the city. Okay, most of it is coming into the middle of the city, right? Uhuru Highway out towards Westlands and then coming in from the Thika Superhighway. Traffic also on Kiambu Road, a little bit here and there on Langata Road, but nothing too crazy, at least not for now. Most of it is happening in the CBD. Whatever was going on coming in from Cabanas out towards North Airport Road seems to be settling down right about now. Keeping an eye on things and see how that's opening up. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 minutes after 8, we are on to the third hour of the Situation Room this Thursday morning, the 14th day of September 2023. We are going to be running. Open that thing. Open. Are you ready? We are going to be running in October, on October 29th to be precise, the 20th edition of the what?
It's the 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. It's Kenya's largest single-day athletics event. It's taking place in Nairobi on the 29th. You can be a part of it too. What must you do? You must go to www.nairobimarathon.com. After that, you register with what? 2,000 shillings. And then you join thousands of people coming in from different parts of the world and within the country who are running for a cause. Running, of course, putting your best physical foot forward, but at the same time contributing to the Future Makers program, which makes sure that young people, especially girls and people with disability, have a chance to earn, learn and grow. So kill two birds with one stone, get your fitness up there, run for a good cause, and make sure that those who don't have a shot at life can get a shot at life. And it's a special one this year because it's a 20th edition and looking at doing 20 more. It's the Nairobi Standard Chartered Marathon.
Like that.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much for tuning in. Now, let's have a conversation about many things that are taking place in the country. Okay? Safeguarding democracy today and in the future. Of course, you're going to engage a bit in just defining democracy, but, well, let's just get into it. We're joined by two people. Nerima Wako-Ojiwa is the executive director at Siasa Place. Jackson Obare works for an organization that has Roman numerals. Now, those ones.
C
Quisha.
is 100.
Quisha.
V is 5. I is 1.
So CIV is what? IV is 4.
IV is 4.
C is 100.
Well, you guys
so CIV is what?
You can tell us.
We want to show that we're intelligent.
I'm definitely not loading my brain with that one.
So we were right.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. Forum Civ. It's not CIV. It's
Okay.
just
See?
Forum Civ. One word.
Okay.
It's civil society. CIV is for civil society.
Completely off.
Got that too.
What is F in Normandian? Okay. Forward. Jackson is from Foreign Sieve. He's a regional manager, Eastern and Southern Africa. Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
You're sure it's not a Forum 104? No. Okay.
I've never thought of that.
It would be cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he will explain to us why, of all the names on the planet, they had to choose that one. There must be some very sound logic behind it.
Kabisa, you'll tell us that shortly. But City has the day's proverb.
Today is Thursday. It's the day before Friday. What?
You're right.
Yes. And one is usually very tired by the time you get to Thursday. So the proverb is short, to the point, easy to understand. No profound interpretation required. A black cow also gives white milk.
A black cow also gives white milk.
Mhm.
Yeah, you moved in the middle of the short city when Mumbi is wondering, kumenda.
He was dropping the mic.
Oh, mic drops.
No, the reason why I was moving, because usually I sit exactly here, and then I'm told to move.
Okay.
So today I wasn't waiting to be told to move, I was just moving.
Oh, closer.
And then the day I move, they've got the act together.
Okay. Mumbi, does he need to move?
Okay.
He's okay. He's fine. Yes. A black cow will also give white milk. Nerima, what do you make of that proverb?
I'll probably be off because I'm normally off with your proverbs.
No, you're never off.
I'm never off.
You've never been off even once.
Hey, okay,
Yes.
so all cows are the same.
See? How can you possibly be off with that one?
All cows eat
Like
grass.
we all bleed red. That's how I'm understanding it.
All cows are the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's obvious. So what do you think the proverb means? What does the proverb mean? What's the inner meaning of this proverb?
The inner meaning that your appearance doesn't matter. You're going to produce. I don't know.
No, go on. Just go on with what you're saying.
Yeah, go on with what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay. That appearance doesn't matter because a lot of times, I guess, but black cows are rare, and so we assume that they would have special milk or abilities, but genuinely, we are all the same, or all cows are the same by producing milk.
Oh, voilà.
Is that not a good point?
Quite.
Yes.
That's why you say like the outlier, like the black cow or like the black sheep would
Yeah.
to do something different, but it's still white milk, yo.
Yeah.
You know, with that black, you're on the mark and you're okay until you get to black cat.
No, black cats, you're a witch.
Suddenly,
Sorry.
you're in the realm of the supernatural. You've left the animal kingdom.
And their brooms and kings.
Jackson, what is your interpretation of this?
Of course, the bottom line is a cow. You know, whether black, white, and what's expected of them is to produce milk. So irrespective of, in view of seeing what we are going to discuss today, irrespective of who you are in holding a particular office, there is a bare minimum that's expected from you. And in this case, all cows are expected to produce white milk. So there is that expectation of whatever that you are going to do, either from society, and therefore, in my view, doesn't matter whether you're a black man, a white man, there are bare minimums of things that have been defined for you to deliver. That's my interpretation of this.
He was doing very well.
Until
he got to that,
White
they're a
man.
black man, a white man.
Replacing a cow.
Okay.
Yes.
White men produce white men.
Black men.
South. Okay. Back here.
Yeah.
Democracy and safeguarding democracy. Let's start with the definition. What is democracy? This is to you, Jackson.
Oh, my understanding of democracy in a very simplified manner is participating in a process where my voice or our voices will be heard in the course of influencing a particular decision. So we must be part and parcel of this discussion of where we want change or influence that particular change.
So
at whatever
democracy
level.
is all-inclusive.
All-inclusive.
All participatory.
Yes.
That's the definition.
Simplified.
Okay. Narima, what's yours?
There has to be, definitely agree with Jackson. The participation is important. There has to be an element of voting in democracy. So there are different kinds of democracy. But at some point, citizens have that right to actually vote. So the levels of it will be different, but your voice in the voting democracy.
Okay. Does it mean that all votes are equal?
You see, that's why I said different levels.
Okay.
In some instances, we have seen a pushback where there's this stage of nomination, right? Tweedism. So William Boss Tweed, the idea of having a select group of people that we now must nominate first, and then the rest of the public can vote, but that selection is done previously. It's still voting, but it's not equal, because it means there's another group of people who decide who you vote for. And then the direct democracy is the one where someone who's interested in a particular position now shares their interest, then gets on the ballot, then the public votes. So genuinely, all votes are supposed to be equal, but there are different levels or types of democracy where it's not necessarily so. And that's as recent as Hong Kong, where they tried to bring in that process of a nomination. Then we saw the large protests, mainly from young people, students, yeah.
Is it acceptable that you have several variances of democracy? Because we've said that democracy in and of itself is a changing, moving phenomenon. It is not static. It is not cast in stone. It was an idea in the mind of one who verbalized that idea and made it a form of practice for nations of people, or rather, communities of people at that time. And then those communities grew into what we now know today as the nation state. So, is it not then acceptable that democracy in and of itself is a fluid, organic process that each nation state, having been established futurely, then can decide what manner of democracy works for them?
I think so. I think so. But maybe we might not have the same opinion because, like if you look at countries like Australia, voting is mandatory, right? And then you have countries like ours where you choose whether you want to vote or not. So they feel that works for them. They feel that's important. But also it's bringing up larger questions on democracy because, I was sharing earlier with Jackson and Abdul that The Guardian shared an article earlier this week on Monday and just basically sharing how young people are slowly losing faith in democracy. So they did that global research. It was OSF, Open Society Fund, did it. And it showed that when it comes to democracy, like 80% of young people, they're like, yeah, I want to live in a democratic society. Then when those same youth are asked, well, is democracy the only way? Is it the best way? That number decreases. It goes to about 57%. So there's a sense that there needs to be a review to see whether my country does this work in terms of voting for the representatives, because they feel they don't feel represented even when they do that voting. And for many of them, they actually said, I'd rather have a strong leader in power because at least I'll be able to see my needs met than, going through this democratic process and I feel irrelevant. I feel ignored. I feel like I'm not represented. So I think it's something that the thinkers, philosophers around democracy didn't quite take into consideration, or didn't think populations would grow large. Talk about millions of people making choices, and then we're talking about technology advancements, and we're talking about maybe some people not really in tune with policy and ideology to be able to make the best selections. So you have people who are selecting based on who gave me the best bribe the most recently.
Or who is like me.
Yeah.
Where I'm from.
I know.
But
Yeah.
think for a second. If you look at the origins of any practice, what is considered to be the foundation on which that particular matter is based? If you look at the time and the period, you will often find it was ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time. And that's part of the reason why implementing it and instituting it was such a struggle. Because the human capacity to adapt, oddly enough, and also change, the two go hand in hand, is probably what it is that enables this particular species to survive as it does. Now, if you then look at that start point and you look at now and look at what has happened, what perhaps is lost in the conversation is that in the absence of that, this progression would never have been there in the first place.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
So its rightful place sometimes is not accorded it. We compare it, not in principle, but in essence, and say, well, this democracy at this time, this is what they considered. And even now, you see, to question democracy and to ask about it is actually the essence of democracy as I see it. So that you understand just the ever-evolving process and the need to understand how it relates to you in your time. For instance, why must we vote? Is it the only way to exercise our democracy?
And is voting the definition of democracy?
Yes.
Because, like Jackson, you said, it's about inclusive decision-making process. Now, inclusive decision-making doesn't have to be necessarily that you cast a ballot, as long as it's inclusive. And inclusive doesn't have to be all-inclusive necessarily at universal suffrage, at everybody, one person, one voice, one vote. It can be representative. So I feel like over time we have gotten to a point where I think society, based on whichever part of the world this was, and based on other geopolitics and all, started sort of defining democracy into a certain way. That democracy is when the people go to vote and elect their leaders. To do what? To lead them. In what? You're delegating your powers for decision making to somebody else. So are we still talking about all-inclusive decision making?
If it was all-inclusive and if it was to achieve what it can, then the one thing that it will provide you, just like you freely elect, you should actually freely withdraw.
Yeah.
But we freely elect.
Difficult.
Try and withdraw.
Withdrawing is also difficult.
Try.
And also
Extremely.
freely electing, you are forced into this thing of accepting that you're in a minority.
Yes.
Why should you accept that you're in a minority? Why should your decision now become less because you are in a minority? And now you're forced to go by the ideals of this majority who said that this is the way we shall go. Why?
Sound like a liberal.
So, Jackson, can you have, even as these ideas come about, because we're looking at ways in which you're going to shape nation states in the future. What was prescribed by philosophers and thinkers generations ago, obviously we've seen is not the same today. However, in as much as we want to be democratic in thought and democratic in governance and leadership, it is clear that these thoughts must be shepherded at some point. Now, at what point does the shepherding of these democratic intricacies move from democracy to dictatorship? based on what Eric is saying, who says that it has to be this way? Well, you're not going to just have a fluid way of doing things. Oh, let's wake up tomorrow morning and let it be like this. No, that's why you have constitutions. That's why you have laws and say, let us behave this way moving forward for a period of time, however long that will be. Then we decide, okay, we don't want to do this anymore. Then we start to have conversations like, let's amend the constitution, right? Can you have a democratic way of doing things, or can you invite your own democracy without shepherding it? Can you do that?
Maybe to give a bit of also a context, we had a discussion in the morning before I answer your question. We were saying in schools, because we are talking about empowering the next generation. And I've been quite observant to see how children in schools, both primary and secondary, are actually electing their representatives. Value-based. They have a president, they have a vice president, they have wherever they call presidents of different sectors within the school. And yet, at that point in time, there is no money exchanging hands for them to elect their leaders. The same to the high school. Then we discussed, where does the game changes? Does it change at the university? Because then the university is mimicking national politics, where big monies have to flow for you to be elected into a particular office. And we were concluding that if we could behave like children who are electing their leaders based on values and they are serving them, then you could say democratically they elected their leaders and nobody was coerced because of the belief system. So in a mix of how does it transition maybe from being a democratic to autocratic? I read an article. Dictatorial. I read an article. It was The Economist in April. The world according to Xi Jinping.
All according to Xi Jinping.
Yes.
The leader of the president of China.
So he said, how is seeing democracy different from the rule? What we're talking about, how do you go on forcing people to adopt your system without understanding their values? And saying it doesn't matter what you are doing on one hand, but is it within the value system of that society? I read the article meaning if it is business, they are focusing on developing and improving the lives of the people. And they are not interested in meddling in the internal affairs of that particular state to influence them to do how they wish. And we all know all these are systems of governance. So people are choosing which system of governance is better. And most we talk about a democratic system. And given that now there are more questions coming, hearing what The Guardian is writing about the young people not really into what the system is providing for a holistic society, but individuals. So we are moving into, is this system providing my needs? I don't want to care whether my neighbor is being served, but if I see my needs are served, then I think the system is working. But that will not also be universally accepted across, because there are those who will feel that system is not.
And this system, what is it really? Is it some amorphous creation? Or when you talk system, what is it? Because if you look at every country in the world, everything that we're talking about here and the definition thereof or the practice of it will be determined by the group that is in power. That's the system. And what they bring into force, as you're talking about the universities, see, at that light bulb moment, it wasn't the university processes mimicking our political system. No. If you look at the history of our university politics, the university politics actually acted as the opposition in many times when we had a single party state in this country. That's where you could find people saying things that politicians didn't dare say. No, it's a politician who infused the nefarious ways into the politics of the university. It is them who introduce money into. And once they introduce the money has its own ways of doing what it does best. So, we are where we are. Give it time. Money will come into the election of leaders within primary and secondary school. Just give it time.
If people accept that money is going to be one of the yardsticks of electing their leader, so be it. If it's universally accepted.
I mean, some of the school of thought, then fine. Maybe poverty, actually not maybe, poverty is bad, right? 75% of young people are unemployed in this country. So yeah, money is going to speak volumes for them. But you don't have to vote for that person who gave you that money. I'm just saying.
True.
Take the money, okay? I don't understand your situation. Probably very desperate. Take it. But then why do you feel this sense of, I must vote for that person because they gave me money? I think...
But is that not a good thing?
Because you have a value system.
Yes.
It's not a value system.
It's reciprocity.
I've been to villages.
If you're saying accept the money, then you have already opened that box.
Has witchcraft. Let us be honest. They are afraid of taking that money and not voting for that person because that person put witchcraft on it, and they're going to be cast.
And that's a real fear for them.
That's a real fear.
Okay.
That's a real fear. It's not about values.
Well, that is a value. By the way, the moment you subscribed to a certain focus on infinity, okay, as in the supernatural.
Got it.
Yes.
Whichever direction.
Yes.
Up or down.
But the question I will have then, because she's mentioning about the village, and we are talking about young people, do they subscribe to that kind of value that if they got X amount of money from X person, and if they don't vote, I don't think the young people are culturally aligned to those kind of beliefs.
You'd be surprised. But this is the thing. But at the end of it all, whether it is an individual who has taken money from somebody, they're not thinking beyond the vote. Do you understand?
Yeah.
We're not talking about governance and what is really going to happen after that. This transaction ends here. Whether it is a young person, whether it is an old person in the village, doesn't matter where it is. That usually in those cases where somebody has received money, we're talking about reciprocity here, and then what I give you is the vote. Beyond that, we're done. Because guess what? Tomorrow, after I have voted, I still have to go and look for what is going to feed me 1, 2, 3. But what we're saying here is that does this money that you're being given translate into you making a decision about the governance, about how things are going to change for you for the better? And unfortunately, for the majority of cases, it is not.
And you know why? Because this whole thing of voting of this is an external concept. The concept that we have is we communally choose how the leaders shall be. It's some consensus. This thing of one vote
it came
and
down
then
the family.
Yes. And once that person is there, there's a system that's going to check them. Not you individually saying, you have some oversight role, you've got to do. No. So this whole democracy thing is, whose definition of democracy are we discussing?
And why does it have to be somebody else's?
Is that the only definition of democracy? They have said, those in the West, that the Chinese don't have democracy. Like, really?
It's a different system. Because what you're explaining, Eric, is negotiated democracy.
It is a democracy.
It is.
So let's take a break. We shall continue that conversation shortly. We are talking about safeguarding democracy for current and future generations of this republic. 27 minutes to 9. Our guests this morning, Jackson Obare is from Forum CIV. Forum Civilization.
Forum CIV.
CIV. Forum CIV. But you have to say CIV, otherwise what I'm thinking Forum Kichungi. Forum CIV. Regional Manager for Eastern and Southern Africa, and Nerima Wakojua is the Executive Director at Siasa Place. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show. Thank you. Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sun is coming up in Nairobi, 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13. 13 will also be the low. In a sunny Nakuru at 16, going to highs of 26. 25 will be the high in a partly sunny Nyeri at 15, down to lows of 14, and we'll see lows of 13 in a sunny Eldoret, going to highs of 24. It's sunny at 25 in Mombasa and sunny at 25 in Malindi, 22 and sunny in Kisumu, and 20 and sunny in Kakamega. 19 cloudy conditions in Kampala, going to highs of 27, and at 27 it's sunny in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 31. 9 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Lagos at 25. It's 22 and sunny in Kinshasa with highs of 32. It'll be back down to lows of 22. All right, so today has not been that day, so yay. Just a little bit of traffic in the CBD, and we're looking at it on Uhuru Highway getting into the city and then out towards Westlands. There's in and outbound traffic coming off of Chibromo, touching a little bit on what's coming in from Wangari Maathai, and we'll see some traffic still on the Thika Superhighway just past Survey. Limuru Road has a dot of traffic. Hopefully will fizzle out as we get closer to the end of traffic hour. But again, today has not been so painful, at least not yet. We'll keep an eye on things though and see how it pans out. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
All right, the conversation continues with Nerima Wako, Jiwa, and Jackson Obaru. We are talking about safeguarding democracy. And as we were going into that break, we were saying, okay, so what's democracy? How many types of democracy are there? You're saying there's negotiated democracy in some countries. Why is it negotiated?
Negotiated because even here, it's the Council of Elders who will sit down and say, you know what, this time around, let's support this particular individual from this clan at this time. And that happened a lot in 2022. And interestingly, Mzalendo did a report around negotiated democracy. Some people prefer it in certain parts of our country. And also it's intertwined with culture and tradition a lot. But you also find that when we talk about affirmative action or representation, a lot of times it's very difficult to find the Council of Elders. In very few cases, they'll support women or a lot of women. So there are very few, even I think it's Lesuda, who was one of the individuals that I know of that was, selected by the Council of Elders in Samburu to vie for Member of Parliament. But it was after a nomination.
Yes.
Yes, it was after a nomination.
Yes.
But a lot of times, it's very rare for the council to just select a woman in the community.
It's a new thing because the councils were not doing that previously.
No, they were not doing that previously.
But they're embracing a new thing.
Yeah, they're embracing it
Naisula
slowly.
was nominated and exposed to the community
exactly
as a nominated senator. And the community saw, all right, so we've got, and it's not that they were new to having women leaders. That community has had women leaders, okay? But then they saw the potential of this person. When she went back to the constituency and sought votes, at first she got, a number of votes. The second time, she got almost unanimous endorsement.
Yes.
So, you see, it's a progressive society.
Yes.
Continue.
It is progressive. And that's where now we are saying that democracy does have its pros. And that's why, in the beginning of the conversation, we were saying that perhaps we need to look at the context of democracy in relation to our country and our culture. Because even when you look at Wajir, for instance, there was no woman who was elected. All the women there have been nominated. Okay? And so who knows that maybe 10 years from now, hopefully less, maybe 5 years from now, the next election in 2027, I'm hoping to see that Wajir residents will actually elect a woman, since the nominated ones are around them. But even when we look at Kitui, I don't even have to go far. Kitui only had one woman elected. And I'm talking about MCA, MP, like the whole assembly had one woman, an MCA. So all the nomination seats in MCA.
But it's not because they have never seen or elected a woman.
No, it's not because of
They had
that.
a woman governor, for crying out loud. They had a woman who had served as an MP.
Yes,
They had a woman who would be
yes,
a presidential
but there are
candidate.
very many other women.
Yes.
But what I'm saying here is the idea or the standard idea of democracy that works in the US might not work in Kenya. We are seeing it failing in certain parts of Kenya.
Darima, when were women allowed to vote in the US?
Very recently, in the 1900s.
A50. Okay?
Yes.
Now, you tell me, these are the people who champion democracy as though they invented it.
City, I see your point.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
I see your point.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying that we need a different view of democracy is an ideology, it's an idea. But then there's some things that we can gain from it and put in our context. And that's what we are here to talk about. Not saying that it is the perfect system and everyone needs to follow through with it the way the idea is in the US. Because even the US has struggled with representation.
Okay. It's kind of like what my mother says, that you receive a recipe for something, okay? You have it in a book. But then you've seen, as you've come along in your cooking and etc., you've seen I can tweak this thing a little bit to make it taste better, right? So in Nigeria, we have crayfish and we say, look, maybe they put something. I said, no, look, if I add some crayfish or palm oil, this thing could actually taste better, or it could suit me based on what I have available, right? So based on that, what are some things that you've seen, this democracy, it makes sense and it could be applied here. Some major things we're going to chuck out the window. We're not necessarily going to use them for Kenya. But as we see democracy, what are some things that we say
are available for us?
What should we use?
Unavailable.
Unavailable. What are some of the things as you see, that would make sense here that we can keep?
I like the idea of diversity. I think democracy pushes for inclusion. It's not perfect. But the very idea that we say, who is in the room when it comes to making decisions, and let's have different voices in the room, that is democracy. And I feel that the sense that we are able to say that we want diversity on these platforms, for me, is a huge shift that we can gain from. Yes, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do. Yeah. And so it is about pushing those barriers.
To have as many voices in the room as possible.
That's one. Okay.
Okay.
So the second one is, of course, is accountability. Because when you, on one hand, you have participation in that process, but is there accountability mechanisms of all that will be discussed for both ways, whether it is the voters and whether it is on the people who are elected? Are they also feeling that they are accountable to the voices that are raising in this space? I think it's something that we can learn, but it's a debate around this accountability also. It's a huge debate, I know, with different perspectives. But as a principle, I think it's expected that accountability becomes one of this governance system of democratic state.
You see, let's talk about accountability from a realistic perspective. Accountability in this country. How do we practice it? What are our biases? And are they principles? Yes, they are. But if you look at how we treat accountability, let's look at it, because what is often glaring is if you look at it at the top leadership, say the presidency, okay? So long as the president comes from your neck of the woods and represents the community that you come from, he can't do anything wrong. Not possible. Then you come to the political leaders in the areas they come from. Once again, same story. It is not possible for as elected, appointed, anointed leader of a community to do anything wrong. So when you have, say, for instance, party nominations, the abominations that take place during those processes, because it is ours, it is theirs, again, nothing can possibly be wrong because it is them who are doing whatever it is now. How then do we understand accountability when it concerns us? And it is for us, and it is within maybe our political party, led by our anointed, appointed leader, okay? How? Because It works when we are pointing fingers at other people. It works very well. And we point at everything that they're doing wrong. But we seem to have a bit of a problem when it comes to pointing inward.
But it comes closer.
Yes.
But again, City, I think if we contextualize it,
yes,
if we look at this model of democracy that has been promoted by others,
yes,
that then creates these other institutions that say, all right, this is how accountability shall be, and you shall be directly accountable to your people, and these are the institutions that shall bring that accountability to the people. It's different. But have our societies not had accountability mechanisms for the leaders?
We've always had them.
Yes.
We've always had them.
And they've worked. And to know that that thing actually does exist is bring that accountability all the way down. So start from the president, move, come to the MCA. How are those local leaders held accountable? When people are in a community are feeling, no, things are not going right with our local leaders, what do? How do they hold them accountable? What are those systems that are used? Either Wazes, Wanatumwa, wewe Nini, or Wazes, call this person. There's a system.
There's a system
that works, and is the problem is this democracy that we are practicing.
It erodes that completely.
And by ignoring those systems, then we have a democracy that's not working for us. How can we mix those two?
I think, as she said in the beginning, that democracy is an evolving process. And over time, since these are borrowed ideas from elsewhere, and the reason they're becoming a bit of incompatible with what our traditional proper leaders have put in place of accountability mechanism. For example, you could talk about dispute resolution. Why does it take you go to court and be told there is a mechanism, alternative dispute, because there is a recognition that there already a system in place that can handle this more effectively and efficiently without going through
litigious
litigation process that can take many years and never ends, and the conflict does not even get resolved. So with that recognition in place, I think we should also embed these culturally systems of governance that are there so that we can see an harmonious society. But I agree with you, Eric. The fact that we have a borrowed concept which seems to be conflicting with what we believe in, so we put it on a side. Accountability, okay, this is what X prescribes for us to do, but I think it's not working. So we put it on a side, and then we start doing what we know best, or we don't even fit in any of these two systems. And I think that's the problem that we are having. Talked about national level, the president coming down to the MCS, and you've also said you donate the power freely, but you don't have the free will to recall back.
No, you don't.
So rules have been designed to protect much more the people you gave power freely to lead you than to recall them back. So it becomes a bit of a tedious process. And I think that's why some people are now feeling, especially the youth, we don't want to participate in this. We are staying, and whoever wants to use,
actually,
it's your plan.
Let me tell you, the generation, if you look at the changes, I have the advantage of chronology here, so I can talk about more changes. You will find that when these group of people, so-called youth, I speak as somebody who was a youth once, when they come of age, they will not do things very differently. Unless something drastic or fundamental happens. They will, in all honesty, they would not. Because the prevailing culture is we will talk about accountability so long as we are not being held accountable. We will talk about change at the top so long as we are not at the top. But then as soon as we get to the top, we maintain the status quo. If anything, we insult that particular system and skew it to suit our purposes even more than the people who preceded us. You would assume that when people get formal education and acquire pieces of paper that determine and proclaim these qualifications, they would behave better. They do not. We have a parliament that is by far the most educated parliament we've ever had in this country. And look at the way they're going about their business.
Maybe, sometimes we ask about what is it about democracy that we can take and use and apply. But we must also ask ourselves the question that before these borrowed ways of doing things came about, what were we doing?
Were we democratic?
Was it a different process? Was the system of governance in place working for us? And I'm talking, we can talk about Kenya, or we can talk about the land that now Kenya exists within, or we can look at the whole of the continent. Look at what was happening, where people were able to govern themselves. Did we have, and it's in history, did we have levels of corruption? Did we have blatant inability to be able to deal with issues of development, of inclusion? Did we have those issues? Were they there, hitting us in the face in which they are, in the manner in which they are today? So one must ask, as opposed to what about democracy can we take? What was wrong with the ways in which you were dealing before? And can we employ some of those to be able to chart the course in which we go? We have to be thinking about that. It cannot always be a borrowed system because we've seen that it's clashing. It's obvious that it's clashing. It's been clashing for 50 years. It doesn't matter where in Africa you go. It's clashing. And why is that? Did it clash in this manner before this borrowed system came into place? If it didn't, then perhaps that's our answer.
You know, there's a concept that was introduced to us, then the term that is used is dictatorship. And you look at, say, some of the old traditional leaders, and they are referred to as dictators. Now, if you look at that system of governance, I'm saying governance deliberately, you will find that many of these people were polygamous, hugely, massively.
Properly.
Yes. And there was a reason behind it. One, many of these chieftains were recognized because people took things to them. But if you look at the system by which they had wives, it represented the various communities within his enclave. So at some level, these were his advisors. But because people gave to you, it was expected of you to give to them when they came to you also. That was the understanding. So people allowed it because they figured it is okay. When I have a problem, and you didn't, and you didn't need to go to him directly. You needed to go to the wife,
to your relative,
who precisely. It was a system, and in many ways, it worked.
Was it inclusive?
It was very inclusive.
Was it representative?
It was extremely representative.
Did it have checks and balances?
It had serious checks and balances.
Democracy.
Yes.
Let me give you an example of one of the communities in this world that has been labeled dictatorial, backward, all kinds of things. In today's Myanmar, right? When you look at the system of governance, when you look at the structure of government rather, there is what would be akin to the House of Representatives. But each representative is from it's huge because it represents a tribal clan of the entire nation. That's the House of Representatives. So those individuals, in the way in which they govern over their communities, they come and contribute to what is going to happen in the nation. But because, of course, of many things that have caused internal strife, what you hear is that it's a dictatorial state of doing things and we must, by all means put the strong man down. But why do we say this? Because they saw that somehow, before this foreign thing came to us, there was a way in which we were able to settle our governance. And it was successful for them. I mean, after all, who are you to come and tell them that the way they are doing things don't work? Unless you come with a musket and in one hand and a Bible or something else in the other. Why do we shun the way in which we used to do things as opposed to incorporating that moving forward? And I think those could be the answers, because in all this struggle, what we're looking for is an answer. We're looking for a way in which we can keep being fluid so that we can remove some of these issues. We talk about tribalism. Who's to say that it's bad to include your tribe or where you're from in how you lead in this greater circle of things? Who's to say that you cannot?
But remember also, there were negative things within our society and there were norms. And with the time, those norms were gotten rid of. Okay, this evolutionary process that societies go through have a way of pushing things aside. Let me give you an example of a country where I have relatives. It's called Papua New Guinea.
Well done.
Okay?
Where that shirt is from.
Yes, where this shirt is from. That is why. Yes, this shirt comes from Papua New Guinea. Yes, there's a headgear that accompanies it, but I did not wear the headgear today. Yes. Every time communities have an issue, now issues could range from this. Somebody from their clan disagrees with someone from another clan, and two people from this other clan gang up to beat this person. Let me explain to you what the response will be. The people who come from the clan of this person who was beaten will hear of it, and they'll arm themselves immediately.
It's like the gangs.
Yes, immediately. And should they come across anyone from the clan who beat this person of theirs, that person is going to be hacked. It's not complicated. Now, this is in town. When the relatives back at home hear of this, now they'll arm themselves even more and look and go to that other clan where they feel they were offended, and a fight will ensue. Now, this one needs to be tamed.
Absolutely.
Because many people who are innocent, you're busy just walking, going about your business. You didn't even know that that you are represented in some misdeed. You didn't know. Okay? Now, but in the same way, you will find that because of that togetherness, think of that mindset being changed towards ensuring that development comes to everyone. It's the same thinking, so that you look after the interest of everyone who comes from your community. How much more will they develop? How much more will they go ahead? Because you do look after the interests of other people, and you're concerned about what happens to your neighbor, literally. See? But when you throw the baby out with the bathwater, you sometimes miss that very thing which in essence is the fabric that holds this community together. And once you dismantle it, then that community is at sea. And they'll look for everything and anything that seems to work, but they will not have anything that they call their own that gives them that sense of being and purpose.
The direction and true north.
Yes.
Maybe to add to this, because of looking at these systems of governance, we talked about democracy, and we were saying there are many forms of democracy within democracy itself, autocratic governments. I think for the last couple of months, Nerimo is talking about the last 3 years, we have 11 coups in Africa. So the latest one in Gabon, I was so surprised that the people were celebrating in the streets, that now the person who was elected through democratic process has been told you cannot lead this government, and the people are quite happy. I think it calls for democracy. Is it on trial, or democracy needs to be more reviewed? Because if people feel that you are elected, because that's also another question, whether it was genuine election to get that result, and then they are happy in the streets that we now have a military rule, then there's something that needs to be discussed, what's happening about this system of democracy around the globe. And we agreement of, we had systems that were working. Did we stop looking at what were the weaknesses to strengthen, other than entirely borrowing a foreign concept, which is not also entirely working perfectly, and we want to adopt it 100%. So that is the departure point.
What's wrong with autocracy? What is wrong with autocracy?
It's discussions and different perspectives of you have no room sometimes to ask questions, and when something goes wrong, what it said, it's the order of the day. Yeah. So,
but is it a system that's created, or is it an individual or a group of people who come in?
The way democracy is a
that
system.
Autocracy is accepted when there's an autocratic system somewhere, an autocratic government, it's accepted. Or is it a system that imposes itself on the people?
As we said, democracy is a system, autocracy is another system. They are all systems of governance across, whether they are created by individuals who impose themselves to be leaders and eventually gets accepted. And it has happened. People, and sometimes then there's transition from autocracy to democracy. So there are systems which can interchange at one point or the other, depending on individuals who want to seize power.
We're running out of time, because I'd wanted you to look at the concept of a police state and what constitutes it. We don't have time to look at it. But if you look at the West, which claims to be the citadel of democracy, look at how they go about managing their people. The freedom they speak of, if you look at it in essence, isn't actually freedom. You just have a very huge cage in which you can move. So you actually think you're actually free?
My goodness.
I agree in some regards, City.
Yes.
But I feel like even when we talk about the number of coups that have happened in Africa,
yes,
all the generals are below the age of 40. And so when younger leaders are feeling that the only way to get power is through violence, and people are celebrating and not quite understanding what this means for their country, because many of them really...
Narima, some of these are bloodless coups. I said, some of them are bloodless coups. People aren't actually... The old coups where you look for the nearest border to head towards when you hear there's a coup, that isn't quite what's happening now.
Time is up.
Yes.
Interesting conversation. Narima Okoh is the Executive Director at Siasa Place, and Jackson Obare is the Regional Manager for Eastern and Southern Africa at Forum CF. Thank you very much for joining us today. Keep it here for more conversations. We'll be talking about democracy in ODM next. It's 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is Nizwa. I'm Dennis Aseto. The government will ensure that proper use of the internet is realized through the implementation of the Computer Misuse and Internet Offences Act of 2018. Speaking of the public baraza with the resident of Bungoma on the regulations, the head of ICT security, Dr. David Njoroge, has emphasized that online security is an issue that the government focuses on with great attention on that there are gaps that prevent the operation of the rules are now being revised.
Digital Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi, hotspots, and so on and so forth. So we look at this as initiatives that are increasing the digital footprint, making them vulnerable to cyber attacks. We believe that this initiative or these regulations are handy, coming at a time when the country is aggressively becoming a digital economy, regionally and globally, and therefore we need to secure our cyberspace so that we can support our socio-economic agenda.
Western Region Police Commander Kiprono Lagat said these regulations will help security institutions in investigating cases of cybercrime and ensure that the victims of such cases get justice.
These agreements are going to be handy in our investigations to ensure that the criminals who are assaulting our citizens on the cyberspace get justice. In the past, we have not been able to serve our citizens as they complained to us because we didn't have proper regulations, and they ended up going back home dejected. However, going forward from today, we are going to ensure that when the units come into force, we are going to work on their cases and ensure that they get the justice they are seeking.
The Minister of Agriculture has assured Kenyans that the government will supply enough fertilizer in time for the beginning of the October-November rain. Speaking at the launch of the next phase of fertilizer distribution exercise in Embu County, the Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Kelo Hasama, said the ministry is working in collaboration with the county governments to ensure that the government delivers the subsidized fertilizer to the nearest area to be taken as the President has ordered.
Katika Kenya, tuko na stores ya NCPB 116 peke yake ambazo tulikuwa tunatumia kugawa fertilizer, lakini president amedirect mimi nishikane na magovernors, niungane na magovernors tuone njia ya kuwezesha watu kupata fertilizer kwa njia rahisi. Kwa mfano governors wafungue stores ile ndogo ndogo ile tunaita satellite stores kwenye sub-counties, kwenye mamanyata, ma-villages, so that watu wale wameshindwa kufika the central cereal board katika miji kubwa waweze kufikia fertilizer karibu na kwao.
Embu Governor Cecily Mbarira has warned farmers against selling subsidized fertilizer, asking them to use it for the benefit of their own produce.
Tafadhali ukipata fertilizer yako tumia kwa shamba yako, ndio utajisaidia. Hii kuuzia watu wengine, hiyo pia sio vizuri, kwa sababu unajiachilia na utapata mapato kubwa zaidi ukitumia hiyo fertilizer kwa shamba yako. Kwa sasa ni 2500. Mheshimiwa William Ruto ameweza kuipeleka chini mpaka 2500. Kwa hivyo kila mtu apate fertilizer, alime vizuri.
In the village of Orkiton Kiptendeni in Cherangani constituency, Trans Nzoia County, Hundreds of angry villagers have held an emergency meeting and given a 12-hour deadline to the suspect of witchcraft to pack their bags and relocate immediately or face the law. The villagers, including women, have said that they are tired of burying their children who die suddenly and in a confusing manner, while the suspect whose mother threatens the lives of the villagers, especially those who make statements linking them to the evil acts.
Sisi tuko na tumbo joto hapa. Tumeumia kabisa. Wawezi kukuambia vumilia na mtoto ako kwa fridge. It is very impossible. Sio every now and then kitu ikitokea chini wanasema ni fulani. Ikitokea juu ni fulani. Sisi raia sasa hivi kituachilia tunafanya vitu yako. Sisi tunasaa watoto na tunazika every now and then. Tunafanya harambee hapa hivi ya kuzika mtu. Si harambee ya kupeleka mtoto university. Wakisikia mtu ni mgonjwa anakonda hivi dakika 0, ujui ni nini imeua.
Jina yangu ni Chen Kirior. Hii mambo imekuwa ni miaka mingi sana. Kijana ndio huyu ameambia ufai viatu na afai. Ni maajabu sana mama aseme nilichukua suruali. Serikali muone mahali mtabereka huyu mama.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A little bit of movement in the city this morning, and I think we've come to the end of it already, and really early for Thursday, so well done. Okay, some of it left on Pangani at the underpass. Coming in from Langata Road also, we're going to see some of that. And then getting towards Uhuru Highway is where we see some busyness. Limuru Road done splendidly well today, and the traffic that came off Langata Road also ended quite early as well. So I think we're out of it for now. Just in case anything does pop off, let us know. Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have CT Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have you logged on to NairobiMarathon.com? Have you found out the other places that this 20th edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon will be taking place? Have you registered with 2,000 shillings? If your answer is yes.
Well done. If your answer is no, you can still do it because the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon takes place on the 29th of October. That's in about, a month and 2 weeks, give or take, from now. You still have some time to do it. Log on to www.nairobimarathon.com, pay the 2,000 shillings, register for the race, and then on the 29th, after, of course, you've been, training a little bit here and there, come out and run. It's taking off from Uhuru Gardens. It's the 20th edition of this particular run. And the Future Makers program will be the biggest benefactor of this. Young people, especially girls and people with disabilities, get a chance to learn, earn and grow because you registered for the marathon. Do it again this year and join throngs of people coming out for the 20th edition of the Nairobi Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Again, of the Nairobi what?
Of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon.
Okay.
Voila.
Very good. Very good. Somebody that we expect to be joining us on that Sunday is the Honorable John Badi, the chairman of the Orange Democratic Movement Party. Will you be there?
I can't tell us that now.
It's important.
It's too early.
What you do is you register first.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, do will register for me. It's how much?
It's 2,000
shillings.
I can't afford that. Yeah, you'll do it. I even have government debt, the taxes. my salary was negative, so I have to pay.
Wamekata yote.
Imeenda.
Wamekata yote.
Na si umeongezewa mshahara juzi.
Imeenda.
SRC did like that.
Hiyo imeenda kabisa.
Ai. Pole mheshimiwa. Pole. Live within your means.
To because I passed the law.
You passed the law.
Yes.
Passed the finance bill.
We passed the finance
Kaza
bill.
kina mramba. Karibu sana the Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
It's good to have you. He is the nominated member of parliament and chairman of ODM City. The proverb, please.
Simple, straightforward, and to the point. A proverb from the country of Sierra Leone. A black cow also gives white milk.
A black cow also gives white milk. This is a proverb from Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone.
Yeah, and you said today's proverb is just...
Today's Thursday,
You're
the day
not
before
complicating
Friday.
issues.
I don't want things that are bothering the mind. Straightforward. You can't misunderstand it even if you want to.
Or if you woke up very early in the morning.
Yes. A black cow also gives white milk.
Also gives white milk.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, what do you interpret from this proverb?
Well, maybe my simple understanding is that don't pass judgment. That you're seeing something is something that you don't expect may come out of someone, or something that you not imagine would produce it.
Don't be quick
So
to
don't
pass
pass judgment on me, thinking that I'm of no value or no use at all. I may surprise you. There's element of
You know what you said? I hadn't looked at it that way. But it means, no, seriously, but then it means, I'm thinking, don't look at someone and don't think they're capable of great things. Don't, because you don't know. If someone else, another human being has done it, or that person could very well do exactly the same thing, if not better.
So do you think this also would apply for black sheep?
As in?
Black sheep also gives white milk.
I've heard of goat milk,
but
I've never heard of sheep milk.
Sheep produce milk. Come on.
Yeah,
No. Let me
Let
me just repeat what I have
Okay,
said.
sour.
I've heard of goat milk. I've never heard of sheep milk.
Have you heard of a cheese called pecorino?
I've heard of cheese.
No, a particular cheese called pecorino
No.
comes from the milk of a sheep. So,
As I said,
I get you, CT. I'm just giving
I
you
have
a little
never
bit more
heard.
information.
I'm repeating this
Okay,
so
now
that you
you've
understand.
heard as of
You see,
today.
now I have heard. So I even know that sheep produce pecorino.
Okay. I was bringing the sheep story because in ODM, there now people are considered
Black sheep. Oh!
More than one.
That's why I was careful to mention that black sheep, the usage of black sheep.
That's why I didn't come to you. I went to city. I was talking to you indirectly from the corners. Mheshimiwa,
Yes.
the National Executive Committee of the Orange Democratic Movement Party sat and considered the report of the disciplinary committee of the party, which is a structure of the party, and then decided, you know what, this is what the action that we are taking on several members whom we had, who were on that report. Some of them out, others in. This matter has gone, of course, to the dispute resolution mechanism. But then, is this...
Go on.
Why get there?
Why get there?
Yeah.
It's because it's provided for in law. Let me put it in perspective. I think this process has been on for long. I think we're just picking the tail end of it and making big stories out of it. But this process has taken long. Around March, there were complaints on a number of members of the party. I think 12 in total. 4 were members of the county assemblies. Then we had 8 members of parliament, both Senate and National Assembly. The complaint came largely first from one member, that is the Senator of Migori County, complained about 8 members. Then there were also complaints from a number of our membership in Nairobi on Esther Passaris, Honorable Esther Passaris in particular, and Honorable Felix Oduor. We also had complaints from Kisumu County. Now, our procedures are straightforward, that when complaints come, they come to the chairman of the party, the national chairman, which is an office I hold. So the national chairman looks at the complaint, the substance, the merits, whether it makes sense or it's out of malice. If I'm convinced that there is something that really needs to be looked into, then I forward the cases to the standing committee of the party, which is the disciplinary committee. The disciplinary committee is fairly independent, I would say. They conduct their activities independently from other structures of the party or organs of the party, despite the fact that it's a creation of NEC. But then once they finish or conclude their report, that is not the end of it. The report is submitted to the National Executive Committee for consideration. Now, if the report recommends any other punishment, or first let me say, if the report recommends that the members or the member in question, the allegations are not substantiated or the allegations are of no substance, then the NEC would uphold the same. If they recommend punishments, which is not expulsion, then again, NEC would consider, can agree with them, or even disagree, or can disapprove the report, or vary the content of the report. But finally, if it is expulsion, then the matter has to end at the National Governing Council. Now, National Governing Council is both the National Executive Committee and all elected members of Parliament and a Council of Governors of the party. So that is the final end, if it is expulsion. If it is any other punishment, it doesn't have to go to the National Governing Council.
In which of these institutions does the party leader sit?
The party leader is basically a member of almost all party organs, from National Delegates Conference, which is the highest organ of the party, to the National Governing Council, which is the second, the National Executive Committee, which is the third, and finally what we call the Central Committee. Central Committee is actually an offshoot. It was a creation of the National Executive Committee because certain decisions require urgent and immediate action. So we felt that the membership of NEC, which is 52 or thereabout, is so big that for you to summon NEC all the time that you want to deal with party matters may be practically impractical, So we the party created the Central Committee. Central Committee is a thin, lean organ of the party, but it is an offshoot of NEC. It really doesn't have to sit. If NEC sits, then that's it.
Okay.
Central Committee is actually like a subcommittee of NEC, if so to say. So the party leader sits in those organs. The only organs where party leader does not sit is from the county coordinating committee going down. Yes. And so is the national chairman of the party.
Uko kwa yote?
I am in all of them except from the county now going down. But again, I am a member of I can sit in the county committees, branch committees, and the ward committee, but I really don't have to.
You don't have to sit there.
Because I'm being careful there, allow me, Eric, because our constitution says that the national chairman chairs all committees of the party where he sits, but except Central Committee and from county going down. Which all of them have the chairs. The Central Committee is chaired by the party leader.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the disciplinary committee brings back a report that says we find the complaint against a certain member unfounded, can the National Executive Council reject that and say, no, we think there's something that you left?
Yeah, the National Executive Committee can, but would recommend reconsideration, the matter to be retried. But we cannot prescribe punishment out of nothing.
You cannot overturn and say, no, this person did wrong and this is a punishment.
No, we cannot do that. Okay. If the disciplinary committee finds a member to be innocent in terms of the allegations, then the only thing we can do is that probably we look at the report and make a recommendation that you have not considered all the facts. Can you consider 1, 2, 3? Yeah. If they consider the same and come up with the same verdict, we really don't have much leeway or space to vary their report adversely.
Yes. Well, Chairman, before Ndu comes in, there was a report last week after the decision of the National Executive committee was made public.
Yeah.
Following reports were all right. So the disciplinary committee had recommended action on many members.
Yes.
But the committee sat and varied some of those decisions.
Yes.
And it was on the insistence or influence of the party leader. For example, the decision on Esther Passaris that the punishment meted out on Esther Passaris is not necessarily the punishment that had been recommended by the disciplinary committee, and it came from the party leader. True, false?
Who is giving that information?
It was in the news, Buana. You didn't read the paper?
I read the paper. And it was not correct. Because I chair the National Executive Committee. I know that, yes, we varied the committee recommendations on Esther Passaris, not adversely, but favorably. But it did not come from the party leader. I will tell you, Esther Passaris herself is a member of NEC, but when we were discussing this matter, she had to leave the meeting. But Esther Passaris had actually expressed apology to the party on the basis of what she did regarding the she changed her mind on what she told the committee. And that is why we have the organs of the party, the NEC. In fact, if it is an expulsion, you are still even allowed to change your mind and appear before National Governing Council and say something different from what you told the NEC. And you can tell them, yes, I've since realized that there's a problem, so could you please pardon me for 1, 2, 3. So this matter was considered by NEC, and we varied the punishment favorably to Esther Passaris. That's a fact. But as to say that it was the party leader who made the decision, that is not correct. We have a membership of NEC of over 50. And it was a discussion, and I want to repeat, I chaired that meeting. And I gave members, in fact, on matters of Esther Passaris, we had about 8 members who made the contributions with varied degrees of proposals. In fact, some were proposing very higher fines. Some were even saying we shouldn't fine her. So we finally arrived at, in fact, the general consensus was like, we fine her 500,000. But finally it was agreed at 250. So this was really discussed elaborately. And I will tell you, of all these cases, the one that was discussed a lot more was the one for Esther Passaris. So it is not true that is the party leader who probably made his contribution like any other member. And usually in a meeting like this, I don't give the party leader a chance to speak before. In fact, he knows, before other members. So because he will influence their thoughts. So, and I also don't give my view before other members make their contributions. And I wish our meetings were televised live. You would confirm that that is the truth. I have experience in chairing committees now, and I think I did a good job on that particular day.
All right. Can we look into the details of the crux of the matter here in terms of the reasons as to why we saw varying levels of, one would say, reprimand, whether it was expulsion, whether it was a demand for an apology and a fine, or whether it was a fine alone, or just an apology. What was the problem? There's been speculation, and it is rife, it still continues to be, that the major problem would have been that there was a level of fraternization with the government of the day, which is in direct opposition to the tenets of the party. Is that the case, or is there something else?
Yeah, there were 2 issues which were facing these members. I want to maybe restrict myself. Let me leave the MCAs out because it appears we are not giving them much attention now, probably later. The 4 MCAs had a totally different case. But the 8 members of parliament, both Senate and the National Assembly, had almost similar cases. Members of the National Assembly had a case on issue of voting on finance bill, which the party had taken a stand. And I remember we had a PG. We held actually 2 PGs where we made it clear. We whipped our members. Where a whip is cracked or applied, then you don't have space to make independent decision. That is how it works in civilized democracy, and we are trying to make Kenya a civilized democracy. We hope we will succeed.
You're trying to.
Yeah, we are trying
Not yet,
because there are a lot of challenges still. You can see this is one of them. So on the finance bill, we had issues with the members of the National Assembly. All of them, all these members, the 7 of them, voted against the interest of the party. Some did not come, some voted against the interest of the party. So that was one case which was tried. We took, remember, we had Honorable Passaris, we had Felix Oduor, we had Karoli Omondi, and those are the ones who faced the issue of voting on finance bill. The others, then there was the issue of promoting and furthering the interests of another political party. Now, that is where I think we need to be clear. Remember, at this time when these members went to State House, the so-called State House meeting, State House 1, because now there are a number of meetings after. The party had pronounced itself. That is the time we had fresh information regarding the outcome of the last election, last year's election, on where the whistleblower had given us other facts which we didn't have. And the party leader made it clear that we don't recognize the leadership, the presidency of William Ruto. That same week is when these members decided to go against that and visit State House, basically legitimizing what we were saying is illegitimate government. That is clearly in contravention of the interests of the party. And I want to be clear that we are not expelling these members. I think there has been the misinformation, so to speak, that we are expelling the members. If you look at the Political Parties Act, there are various actions that could be taken against a member. One of them is expulsion, and I want to invite you to go and read Section 14 of the Political Parties Act. There is Section 14B, which talks about expulsion, how a member should be expelled and the grounds upon which a member can be expelled. But Section 14B, which is distinct, is about deeming a member to have resigned from the party. That is the section we are applying. And I would...
you're not expelling.
We are not expelling. In fact, if we were expelling the members... If we were expelling them, we would have taken them to the National Governing Council. Allow me just to quickly read, Eric,
this is
with your colleagues.
This is the Political Parties
The Political Parties Act, Section 14A. When a member may be deemed to have resigned from a political party, a person who, while being a member of a political party, shall be deemed to have resigned from the party if that person, there are a number of reasons, forms another political party, joins in the formation of another political party, joins another political party, but in any way...
in the formation of another political party.
Yes, joins another political party, or joins in the formation of another political party, or joins... forms another political party. It's different from joining another political party.
Right.
So there is forms another political party, joins in the formation of a political party.
That is participating in the formation of another political party.
Or joins another political party, where you simply say, I am moving from ODM to Ford Kenya. In any way or manner publicly advocates for the formation of another political party. But where I'm interested in is the E, promote the ideology, interests, or policies
of another political party.
And interests, Latiff, Muga and Ndu, interest is interest. So we have a political party, ODM, which has its interests. The moment you promote the interest of another political party, which is not ODM, and you're a member of ODM, you are deemed to have resigned. That is the law. It is not Mbadi saying.
Sorry.
It's the law saying.
I really, really want to understand the position from which the party was seeing this. So when you talk about promoting the ideologies, interests of another political party, how exactly does this play out?
How does it play out? The ODM party has expressed its interests. And I want to give you 2 examples. One of our interests was that we are not recognizing the presidency of William Ruto.
Okay.
If you go and publicly say you recognize the presidency of William Ruto, are you promoting our interests? The answer is no. Okay. You are promoting the interest of UDA, which recognizes William Ruto as the president. Secondly, if ODM
even if the pronouncement by you deem the pronouncement by your political party to be illegal,
you see, if you don't agree with the political party, there are channels to follow. You come before the meetings of that political party and make your reservations. The moment the party
until then you are bound by
you are bound by it. In fact, when a party adopts a position, a policy, and communicates it, if you don't agree with it, there are channels to follow. I mean, we are not saying that we are forcing Ndu to be an ODM. You have freedom of association. But the moment
once you are inside,
in a member of ODM, there are certain things that you must do. And again, another interest, let me just also quickly explain this. The party has sat down and has made, we know we have political party outside and parliamentary political party.
Yeah.
ODM is a parliamentary political party.
In that
it has the requisite numbers in the National Assembly and the Senate to qualify as a political party.
The parliamentary.
In parliament. Now, once a PG of a party is constituted and we adopt a position and a whip is applied, that now we are going to reject finance bill. And we had 2 meetings.
Yeah.
You cannot again turn around and say you don't agree with it, that you vote against it. Because the interest of ODM is to protect the Kenyans from high taxation. And we have communicated it. Now you go ahead and vote for the same, you are working against the interest of ODM. So what you need to do if you are a civilized person, and that is why I say we are not in a civilized democracy, nobody is forcing you. We are a multi-party democracy. But the best thing to do is to dissociate yourself from that political party. Disengage. But the law is good because our law says you are deemed to have resigned. So what we are required to do, and if I went down, I'll tell you, is to notify the registrar, and the registrar needs to act in 7 days.
Promoting interests of another political party.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll agree with me, Moshimo. That's a very dicey one and a very thin one. If you attend the National Delegates Conference of another political party, are you promoting the interests of that political party?
If it is a party that is in competition.
All parties are in competition. What do you mean?
With our party. No.
Some are
we
in
are
coalition.
In coalition with some political parties. And in fact, that is an exemption that is provided here. That promoting the interests of another political party excludes coalition.
Those ones are in coalition.
So if today I attend the PG of Wiper, there is nothing wrong with that. Because Wiper is, as at now, in a coalition with ODM. And therefore, we are furthering the same interests.
Right.
The time that we will realize that the two parties are not promoting the same interests, then we disengage. And provisions are there on how to disengage.
If you participate in the formation of a political party, are there riders as well?
A law? No, I have not seen any exemption. But to me, I think it is pretty...
So if you participated in the formation of Azimio political party?
That is provided.
Okay.
If you... Let me just read to you that. It says, subsection 1C, D and E, the ones that I read earlier, shall not apply to a member of a political party which enters or proposes to enter into a merger or coalition with another political party. So if you are forming a coalition political party, that you are not considered to have promoted another or you have participated in the formation of another political party.
Let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation shortly. The Honorable John Mbadi is the chairman of the Orange Democratic Movement Party. He's our guest this morning. We are talking about party democracy. You remember we were talking about democracy and promoting the ideals of democracy in the previous hour. This one, we are looking at that one, the Orange Democratic Movement and the democracy within ODM. Keep it here. We continue shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 26, and a sunny Nakuru at 19. It's 16 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Eldoret at 17. 27 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 27. It's 23 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 29, and 21 and sunny in Kakamega with highs of 28. It's 21 and cloudy in Kampala, highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam will see highs of 31, where it's partly sunny at 29. Warming up slowly in Johannesburg, it's 10 degrees and sunny, highs of 21, and Lagos will see highs of 31, currently cloudy at 25. It's sunny at 23 in Kinshasa, highs of 32. Let's look out into Beijing. Thursday afternoon is sunny at 29, and it's mostly cloudy at 15 in Paris, while it's cloudy at 14 in London. It'll go to highs of 24. Wednesday night still reads mostly clear at 21 in New York, coming into Thursday, highs of 25 and lows of 15. What are your goals for future study? High academic standards, amazing learning environment, multicultural communities? Well, the Study in Japan Global Network brings you the Study in Japan Fair for Kenya 2023 for students in arts, business, international studies, languages and sciences. Come and meet with 18 Japanese universities on Friday, September 15th at the Embassy of Japan from 10 a.m. Plenty of scholarships are available. Apply before you leave or apply when you land. To join this event, log on to www.studyinjapanforafrica.com now.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
We're out of traffic hour. We're seeing very little traffic, most parts of the city this morning. Looking at going out of Nairobi today, whether in westerly or eastern direction, you'll be fine. Just a little bit less on the Thika Superhighway as well as Uhuru Highway from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out towards Westlands. So we shouldn't have a problem here at all. Through the day, talk to us on Spice FM KE on X.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenyans will soon pay more in taxes as the National Treasury is proposing to increase the value-added tax on products and services to 18% from the current 16%. Treasury says in its latest draft medium-term debt strategy for the periods 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. It argues that Kenya's VAT percentage of 16% is much lower in comparison to neighboring countries in the East Africa community. A total of 10.66 billion shillings was spent by Kenyan farmers to purchase pesticides in 2020 to control pests and diseases. Out of these, the Heinrich Ball Stiftung Kenya Toxic Business Highly Hazardous Pesticides in Kenya report shows that 4.13 billion shillings was spent on insecticides. Entirely, the above amount bought 310 pesticide products containing 151 active ingredients to control insects, diseases and weeds on 26 different crops. Liquid Intelligent Technologies, part of the Pan-African Technologies Group Cassava Technologies, is linking Kenya and Ethiopia through a fully redundant terrestrial route to improve internet connectivity between the two nations. The 1,000-kilometer fiber link seeks to offer businesses in both countries access to data centers and the cloud, ensuring that data does not leave the continent. Another 711 kilometers connecting Zambia and Malawi will provide a direct and reliable connection to content caches and data centers in South Africa. More than 5,000 government officials, healthcare professionals and investors from around the globe have converged in Nairobi for the Medic East Africa and MedLab East Africa Expo, East Africa's biggest healthcare exhibition and congress. The three-day event is being held at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Some of the countries participating in the event include the United Arab Emirates, China, Germany and the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Pakistan and India. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Nominated Member of Parliament and the immediate former minority leader in the National Assembly, ranking member.
And park chairman.
And park chairman.
Yes.
Currently chairman of the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly. Mheshimiwa, there was also another media conference that was called by leaders from the Nyanza region. And they looked at the lists of the members who the party had taken action on. And they said something is peculiar here. They're only leaders from the Luo Nyanza region. Is this party targeting leaders from Luo Nyanza?
You know, interestingly, the people who address that press conference are all members of UDA, or at least they have publicly said they associate with UDA. How I wish the membership of ODM was complaining that why are you punishing only members of ODM who are Luos and not people from other tribes. But the team that I saw is basically, and you should be very worried if you are playing for Gor Mahia and you are being disciplined by Gor Mahia disciplinary system or machinery, and the AFC Leopard fans are complaining, then you should be worried. But
maybe they're doing so because they uphold the
yeah, but I want to just...
They promote ideals of democracy across board.
Yeah, but I just want to correct this, again, overused misrepresentation that only Luos were being targeted. First, I want to say that for us to start any disciplinary process, there must be a formal complaint. Just like the judiciary works, the judge may be walking around and seeing you, Latiff, I know you can't break into shops, but I'm just giving example. Okay. Allow me to use you.
Please go ahead.
If I'm a judge today and I see you breaking into a shop, I cannot take you to my bench and start passing judgment that I saw you. There must be complaint. There must be someone complaining. There must be prosecution. So in the cases of the 8 members of parliament, there was a complaint on their conduct and the way they are carrying themselves. And we have it on record. I am yet to receive complaint from any other person who is not. It happens that there are Luos who are complained against. And by the way, if you look at those who voted for the finance bill, from ODM, you'll agree with me that all of them were Luos, except Esa Pasaris. So really, I cannot go and get another tribe just to fill in the numbers and balance. This is not...
It's not a compo.
It's not where we apply the 2/3 or the whatever. Those who have committed the crime are the ones who are brought before the disciplinary.
In the individual capacity.
In the individual capacity. Tell me any of our member from the coast or any other place who actually voted with Kenya Kwanza from ODM. I don't want to talk about other political parties in the coalition because I'm chairman of ODM, not Azimio. But then there was Esther Pasaris, the only one who was non-Luo, and we brought her to the punishment. It's not just Esther Pasaris who was let off the hook in terms of being deregistered. There was Mark Nyamita, and there is also Paul Abur, who again yesterday you saw at State House. But because they appeared, and I want to be clear, only 4 members out of these 8 appeared before our disciplinary committee. Even after they were given a second chance. The first time, they said they were busy, all of them, all the 8. They were given another opportunity. They were even offered the opportunity to appear virtually. And 4 of them refused to appear before the committee, giving all sorts of excuses. And I would go to each one of them. But the 4, that is Esther Pasaris, Mark Nyamita, Paul Abur, and Tom Ojienda, appeared. Unfortunately for Ojienda, his appearance was even worse. If you look at the minutes, he went and just literally abused the party leader, and even said he could not come because he was told our rules are clear. You cannot appear before us with a lawyer who is not a member of ODM, because we don't want ODM matters to become public matters.
Okay.
And he came with his lawyers, and he said he cannot bring ODM lawyers because all ODM lawyers are
biased.
No, are Luos. That was his word. And he doesn't have a lawyer he can rely on who is a Luo. So this is someone who is scandalizing the party, trying to imply, knowing very well that the chairman, whom they are Shihanya, who chairs the disciplinary, is a lawyer, is a member of ODM, and he's not a Luo. And he comes and says all members,
the only other non-Luo ODM lawyer you've put in the committee, so he has no options.
No, but we have so many. Yes, I will tell you. We have several lawyers,
of course,
including in the Senate where I sit. We even have Okongo Mugeni, who is a lawyer and is not a Luo and is ODM. So that was seriously spiting the party, and he said so many other things I don't want to go into. That is why the committee felt that he was not cooperating. So the recommendation was adverse on him. Esther Passaris, despite, was also had adverse recommendation. But the two, Abur and Nyamita, actually Nyamita even agreed that if these non-ODM members cannot represent me, I can get rid of them. And so he let them go. He sat there and explained himself. And I'm told he was very good when now the lawyers left. Now, Abur even had a justification why he behaved, or he has been behaving the way he has been behaving. And the reason he gave was that he has been given only one committee, yet there are members. In fact, I'm told he came with evidence that there's a member who had 5 committees. I don't know who
belongs to 5 committees.
I don't know whether that is really true, because I think, there has been complaint about allocation of committees, which will happen in any parliament. But to the extent of one member having 5, I think that is not correct. But he had a justification.
So he said he was feeling spited.
Yes. So, but we said that even though he has only one committee and that is a complaint, he has other avenues to address it. So that is why we fined him, and that is why we asked him to tender apology.
Okay.
Again, you saw them back to State House. I am blind to that until it is brought to my desk. But people have been giving examples of other members, Memusi, Kanchori, saying 1, 2, 3. If the complaint does not come to the chairman formally, although now I have a letter already, I know there's a letter addressed to me on Memusi Kanchori from Kajiado, then we take action. But you cannot tell us to just start looking for non-Luos also to punish, to balance off the numbers. I don't think that's correct.
So let's look at a little bit of chronology in terms of what happened after then. You now spoke to the registrar saying, look, by the nature of their action, essentially they've resigned, call for further action. There was an appeal by them to say that, look, but interestingly enough, that they appealed on expulsion. Or what did they appeal on, number one? And then number two, thereafter, we've seen, this meeting at State House where, according to reports, certain things were said or done. How does this change or tinker with the current situation?
Yeah, I know the matter is before the political parties dispute tribunal. These members have gone there, and that is their right, because, again, the law allows the same. We have, I've heard they're complaining they're being expelled from the party.
In fact, they have appealed an expulsion. Yes.
We haven't expelled them.
Okay.
And I want to repeat that according to the law, we have not expelled them.
You've only deemed
they are
them
deemed to have resigned, and we made a resolution as NEC to inform the registrar that the following members are deemed, who have been members of ODM, are deemed to have resigned from ODM, and the grounds are A, B, C, D, and so initiate the process of removing them from the register, which should be done in 7 days from the date of notification. So they have gone to court. Our lawyers are there. I'm not a lawyer myself. I understand these things because I've been a lawmaker for long. but I'm not a lawyer, a trained lawyer. So our lawyers will deal with it. Whether it goes all the way, we actually as a party said we are ready to go all the way to the Supreme Court on this matter. Why? Because we feel it is at the heart and core of our democracy. If we allow this to continue, who will correct it? We can't just ignore that our country, that is the way we work.
So what you're trying to push for is discipline within a political party.
Discipline within political and to promote democracy, because this country is a multi-party democracy.
Right.
If we weaken political parties, we are weakening democracy. Look, if Kenya Kwanza decides, if you form government and you decide to raid other political parties and take their members, where is democracy there? Where is democracy? And how then will we check the excesses of governments? Because governments world over, and in our case, we'll always have goodies to entice, both private and maybe public. So if you allow it, that is business as usual, then where will it end?
But at what point do you promote democracy? Is there a point where you say we shall have regular conversations and listening to what our members and our leaders are saying, what our members and our leaders are feeling disgruntled about, and we shall address? Do you have mechanisms for addressing? For example, that member who feel that they were sidelined in getting positions in political party committees, of course, that's not the first time that he was talking about it when he appeared before the disciplinary committee. He must have raised it before. Formally, informally, he must have come and spoken to the leadership of the party within parliament and said, come on guys, only one committee. But have there been mechanisms of listening to him and saying, let's address this before this?
I cannot sit here and deny that there are no unfair treatments at times in terms of how we deal with our membership. It is not happening today alone. I've been minority leader, and at times members could come and complain, genuinely so, that we have not been fairly treated. Look, I've just been given this one committee, other members have been given more. Some members complain about our region not being represented well. So we deal with those. And I don't know whether these members have approached the leadership of the House. I am no longer a leader of the House. Whether they have approached the leadership of the House and canvassed their issues. But even if the leadership of the House fails you, you can defer now to the leadership of the party outside the House. And I have no formal complaint or formal communication from these members expressing themselves formally that we have not been fairly treated. If that happened, then we will take it up.
Which is what I'm asking. I mean, this is one instance where you'd say, okay, let's follow formal channels. But
yes.
Why must you follow formal channels if you're a party that is a champion for democracy and one that listens to all its members?
Yeah, but that is why, Latiff, I said, I cannot read your mind and know that you are suffering. You have to formally communicate it. So these members should prove that actually, like, it's one member who complained about the committees.
Yeah.
He should prove that he communicated to the party leadership. And this is the evidence that he communicated to us, and we took no action.
Okay.
And then that becomes a problem on our part as the leadership of the party. But you cannot wait until you commit another crime and then use your tribulations or suffering elsewhere to justify why you acted the way you did. We first of all deal with your problem, the mistake you committed. Then if there's something to correct about what happened to you, then we correct it.
Is there room for debate within the party? If we want to look at how members would have voted on the finance bill, for example, and maybe there is a reason as to why somebody thought in a different direction, as opposed to taking the blanket, like the position of the party is that we are voting against the finance bill. And maybe in their mind, there was some kind of thinking that went in the other direction, for whatever reason. Is there room for this kind of discussion to take place within the party and say, look, I, John, feel this certain way. I think that this would help 1, 2, 3. Or is it just, this is the position, you do not think outside of that, and this is how we are going to vote. Is there room that's created for that kind of thought within the party?
Something that you can give to ODM is that it is the only political party in this country which has functional structures. I would tell you without blinking an eye. If you look at other political parties, the only time you hear about them is when there is a crisis in those political parties. They don't even hold meetings. I don't know whether when you remember even Ford Kenya holding any meeting of its organs, but that is a subject for another day. I will tell you this. You see, we have two issues here, like when it comes to voting in parliament. There are matters which are not so weighty that the party allows its members to. We don't whip members every day to vote with a conscience. If there's a matter of, let's say, abortion, and it happens everywhere, matters of abortion, matters of gay issues, matters of animal rights, etc. You can vote the way you want with your conscience. But when it is a matter that is in the heart of policy of a political party, like the finance bill, then you don't leave it to individual whims. It must be coordinated, a whip must be applied. And for this matter, and you all are aware that if there is any bill that was extensively discussed in this country, it was this finance bill.
Yeah.
And our party held 2 parliamentary group meetings. That is where you expressed your reservations. That is where you can disagree with the party. But the moment the party takes a position, then you should abide by that position because it is informed. Actually, after even having the PG, the last PG, we had to have a meeting with our members. The Economic Council of the party, where I sit, over Zimio actually, where I sit, we took members clause by clause on this finance bill, something we have never done before. Now, when these members then go and vote against the party, it is rebellion now. You cannot term that as exercising their rights. I don't know where in the world, even if you go to the US, the Democrats and the Republicans, when they take a position on a matter,
that's it.
That is it.
You regardless of your own personal thought or rights.
Because something that I think also I need to mention, Muga. These members, and I hear it a lot in the debates, complain that their rights are being trampled on, that they have rights to associate, the rights to vote with their conscience. But remember, when you decide to run for a political party, for a political office, you are seeking a mandate from somebody. The power that you have does not belong to you. It is a delegated power. It is exercised on behalf of other people. So before you make a decision, you must ask yourself, are you working in the interest of those people? Now, for example, let's give example of Karoli Omondi, who is my MP. 25,000 voters of Soba South woke up. I'm one of them because I voted for him. Woke up very early in the morning. In fact, I had to drive 60 kilometers because I spent the night in Mumbi, which is 60 kilometers to my constituency, to be one of the first ones on the line to vote for him. I was voting for him because he sought the mandate of my people through ODM. And my thinking, and the thinking of, I think, the 25,000 people, the 25,000 of us who voted for him against the 13,000 who voted for independent candidates, were you are going to follow the policies and support the interests of the ODM party. Now, if you decide, and it is your democratic right, and you feel that you no longer find yourself confident to associate with that interest and the policies of ODM, we are being democratic and we are telling you,
go back to the
you can resign and go back to the same Soba South voters. If they give you mandate, again, either as independent candidate or on another political party, no one will bother with you. You will not hear me forwarding their names to the disciplinary committee.
Has the ODM as a party rescinded formally its decision not to recognize William Ruto as president?
We haven't.
So when you met with William Ruto, did you flout the party?
We did not. Let me again put that in, because it's again overused. Our political party constitution gives the political party leader, our party leader, certain responsibilities. One of them is to discuss and negotiate and give the policy direction of the party, discuss any arrangement or coalition or whatever. Now, I want to be a bit fast. When we discussed, it was an arbitration. I'm sure you are now aware that Obasanjo was here to discuss. There was a controversy. We were in the streets. We were demonstrating that we don't recognize Ruto. One, we want server opened. We want cost of living. All this. So when that discussion came, it was not in recognition of William Ruto as the president, but we were meeting William Ruto
as the adversary
and discussing. And if you look at agenda items at Bomas, one of them is respect for political party democracy. This issue is one of them on the table. Opening of server is on the table. Why would we be calling for opening of the server if we have recognized it?
So ahead of the Homa Bay meetings, that time the party had not taken a position?
That time we did not. We had just come from election. Ruto was pronounced a winner. Then there was a Supreme Court. We said we will agree with it. We will accept, although we don't agree. Now, that time, the additional information provided by the whistleblower had not come up. And the party had not communicated that now we don't recognize William Ruto as the president.
Let's leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
ODM Chairman John Badi has been our guest this morning. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Have a lovely day, people. It's 10 a.m.
He is in ODM to stay and that he is going nowhere. It all vibes radio that together with his colleagues from ODM who were kicked out of the party, they moved to court due to different issues, IEBC included.
Unajua mimi niko ODM na ODM ndio chama yangu. Hakuna mahali nishawaisema nimetoka chama. The party wants me to leave. We were expelled. We went to court. Number one, the reason of going to court right now. Number one, if you say you resign right now, okay? Umesema where uko. Number one, unajua kuna IBC sahi. Okay? So utakuna ngoja election. Hii time yote. So saizi, number one ukiresign. Wewe ujue uko kwa